I think I'm streaming. I know I haven't done this for like a week and a half, but yeah. Let me also check my audio because, that's a good thing. Let's see. Refresh. I feel like my computer is trying to do too much, even though it should be able to handle what I'm doing right now. I'm not doing much on it. Oh, do I have to increase my volume? I have to unmute. Okay. Hello, testing, testing. Increase my volume. Okay. I can hear myself. That's promising. Hello, testing, testing. Okay, there we go. Confirmed. Okay, audio check works. Okay. Chan the Magic Man. Hello, welcome in. How's it going? How you doing today? Um so today I'm going to be just chatting. I know. It's so strange, right? Just chatting. All right, let's see. Um let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Let's see. There's one particular Discord I want to drop a link into today, just to make sure. Here. Okay. Drop that. Chan, hello, how are you doing today? Hopefully you're doing well. How's your day going? My day is going okay. I'm a little tired, but otherwise pretty good. I mostly spent the day with my daughter because my wife was working, so that was the first half of the day, and then the second half of the day was just doing chores and recovering and things. So, how is your day going, Chan? All right, I almost never use this thing on Facebook, but let me try highlighting. Highlight. Some friends might receive notifications. Starting now. Oh, now. Now? Now. Okay. Sorry for the highlight blast. Starting now. Gibson Lens. Bert, how's it going? Welcome in. Too much happening. I have a feeling that there's too many things happening. Yes. Totally agree. But welcome in. How's it going? Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you had a good weekend. I know it's only halfway over, or not even because you're on West Coast. So, I'm actually kind of advertising right now, but just to like my friends and board gamers because I'm I'm going to be doing, as you can see from the title, a Gen Con recap because while it's still kind of quote unquote fresh in my head, and I didn't want it to like really, I don't know, not necessarily get in the way, but like I don't want to detract too much from Magic tomorrow. So I was like, okay, let me do it today, and then we'll go from there. So I'm trying to. I did not plan this out very well. Let's see. I'm only in gold rank, supposedly still in easy mode. So many 0-3s already. I'm so sorry. I'm assuming you're talking about Magic Arena. My sympathies. I even though I went to Gen Con, I did not play any competitive card games. So that's yeah. Let me see here. I wonder if I can uh send this out on. Okay. Yes, that's all right. Awesome. Okay. Let me see if I can post this on. Okay. All right. I don't ever post on X, but let me try it today. And then start a thread. Okay, let's see how this works. Special. You know what? I'm just gonna post it, and then we'll see what happens. All right. And then let me see here. I want to make an Instagram post, but without a picture. Can I do that? Or do I need to drop a picture? I mean, I guess I have 50 bajillion pictures to choose from, so. Hold on. All right, sorry guys. We're going to have it's going to be a minute to start. But it's I'm advertising that I'm doing a Gen Con stream. All right. Here we go. Let's see. Next. Let's see. Next. All right. Okay. My Gen Con haul. All right. And then special stream, Gen Con 20 recap stream. Okay. All right. Share. Okay. There we go. Yes, I barely used X before, but now I completely gave up on it. Yo, I am totally. So I recently turned off my notifications for X because I'm like, it's serving up so many irrelevant things to me. And I'm like, I don't care about this. I don't care about this. I mean, I understand that there's going to be, a United States election later this year. But like, I don't need, 12 sources of political news. I mean, I already get a couple, so it's like, all right. I don't need another one. Um, okay, all right, cool. So anyway, my sympathies for the O3s, and I I'm feeling how tired you are, Chan. I mean, I don't know how tired you are per se. I'm also tired, so I'm feeling the tiredness. Yeah, and yes, my sympathies for X, but I was just like, all right, I still have it. Let me just post a thing. I tried using Highlight for the first time on Facebook, so we'll see if anybody ends up coming from that. I also wanted to double check and see if chat works here. All right, cool. My head is kind of in the way. Let me move my head. Okay. All right. Is that better? Okay. All right. Let me lock everything so that it just doesn't. Okay. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. All right. Yes. All right. Great. Excellent. Okay, everybody. So now we can truly begin. FYI, if anybody has been sitting down for a while and you have not hydrated, please hydrate. Since I'm going to be just chatting today, basically the entire time, and I'm going to be doing some show and tell, there's a lot of pictures. I take a lot of pictures. Hello, Master Obi-Wan. Hello, Master Obi-Wan. How do you do? No card? What do you mean no card? No, not today. I'm going to be doing a just chatting stream. Just show and tell your cards? Oh, no. We're going to be just show and tell and lots of pictures. So, for those of you who did not know, I went to GenCon. GenCon is one of the largest, I think, is the largest North American board game convention, and if it's not the largest, it's definitely one of the largest. But I got just here's the coupon book that I got from the convention. Most of these coupons are not useful anymore because I had to use them while I was there, but I did use a couple. But Gen Con is for anybody and everybody who loves board games, tabletop games, social deduction games. So, yes. That is what I came back from last weekend and why I didn't stream last weekend, because I technically was home during stream time, but I was exhausted. So, first things first, let's start talking about the car ride. Charlie's Beats, welcome in. How's it going? So, I left from here on Wednesday and arrived Wednesday evening. I left from Rochester, New York, and drove. Well, I didn't drive. I rode. I rode in a car to Indianapolis, Indiana. So that's about. I consider it a 10-hour car ride, but it's really 8.5 hours. But if you take a break for lunch and bathroom breaks and gas, then yeah, it's basically 10 hours. So, however, I did not go alone. It's too dangerous to go alone. Please take this. And there were three other buddies of mine. We all play board games together. I haven't played as many board games with them lately because I have like a nighttime schedule with my kid. But actually, that's improving. I'll tell you about that later. And I was like, oh, I have not played board games in a long time. This is going to be a treat. I went to Gen Con with them, and so we had a long car ride, and the car ride like flew by. We had super fun topics, like we talked about the sandwich and soup discussion that I brought up on. We talked about K-pop because my love of K-pop. We talked about things like the sequel to Beetlejuice. I don't know if all of you, I think a lot of you guys who are old enough to know what Beetlejuice is, the cartoon or like the movie, the sequel is going to be coming out, and this is brilliant. I did not learn this until the car ride there to Indy, but somebody mentioned, oh yeah, there's going to be a sequel, and the sequel is going to be called Beetlejuice Beetlejuice, and I was like, no way, that is so cool. So Beetlejuice is a star. Oh yeah, yeah. No, but Beetlejuice the star is spelled differently. So Beetlejuice the star is spelled Beetlejuice. So that's Beetlejuice. But I heard about that. All right. Gibson Lens knows. All right, Bert knows about Beetlejuice. And those of you who know about Beetlejuice, like the old cartoon or the movie, um, there's like a tagline in the show where it's like to bring Beetlejuice, you have to say Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. So I'm gonna be horribly disappointed if there's a third movie and they do not call it Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Oh man, this is like the perfect name for a sequel. Like I don't know if you, so kind of on the magic related tangent. There's a movie called Now You See It, and then they made a sequel. And you know, the best name of a sequel for Now You See It should be Now You Don't. What did they call the sequel? Now You See It Too. Come on. Anyway, now you don't. Yes, I know, right? Right? Obi-Wan knows. Obi-Wan, you get it. You got it. I know, right? Such a missed opportunity. Why? Why? I don't know who did the marketing for that, but anyway, so things. Yeah, we had so many discussions. Time flew by in the car. We only made like one major stop to eat at an Arby's, um, and because we did, we could have sat down at a Buffalo Wild Wings. And long story short, I was like, well, we don't really need to. Yeah, let's see. Obi-Wan says they fear the viewers won't make the connection. Come on. Come on. We have internet culture. People will eventually make the connection. Yeah. Um, but yeah, we stopped at an Arby's because we just wanted to be like in and out, so grab food and then leave. But we had the opportunity to also go into a Buffalo Wild Wings, and I was like, well, if anybody wanted to have some alcohol, I wasn't going to voice my objections. But then I told them about why I have beef with Buffalo Wild Wings. And to be fair, it shouldn't be with like the entire chain. But really, it soured my taste, my previous experiences about bringing my huge group and then them not servicing it very well. So anyway, and then we had for a lot of the drive between Rochester, New York and Indianapolis, we're in Ohio. And I learned about some Gen Alpha slang, words that I did not know. So, well, first let me talk about the word that I did know. I did know the word Riz, and I don't use it. I first heard about it from my wife. My wife hangs out with like kids at the library, so of course she overhears things. So that's where I know Riz from, because she told me, oh yeah, Riz, and I'm like, oh, short for charisma. Okay, I get it. I understand that. I didn't even know that. Teach us. So the other words that I learned were skibbity toilet and Ohio, but the slang Ohio, not the actual state Ohio, because we all agree that Ohio is a state. Okay, maybe most of us agree. All right, most of them in my generation agree that Ohio is a state. Toilet, I knew. Oh yeah, so skibbity toilet. So yeah, apparently all these words, skibbity toilet, Ohio, that was the entire joke, and I had to be schooled by one of my friends in the car because he has kids that are older that are in middle school, and that's how he knows. And I'm like, oh, okay, great. So, but anyway, yeah. So that's Skibbity Toilet, Ohio. So we basically were making Skibbity Toilet, Ohio jokes like the entire way. Like anytime anything happened for the rest of the convention, Skibbity Toilet, Ohio. That was it. Let's see what else. I introduced some of my friends to K-pop, played them some songs that I liked. But then we eventually made it to a tangent where we made it to Japanese music. And I used to love Eurobeat. And this is what I used to say about Eurobeat. Is made in Europe, usually by Italians. So it's made by Italians, sung in English, and for the Japanese, because the Japanese are like the number one demographic of consuming Eurobeat. I mean, I love it, but it's only because of Initial D, basically. So, wait, what's Ohio mean? I mean, Bert. That's what I had to look up. I didn't know. But yeah, so apparently each one of those words, skibbity toilet and Ohio, are just different words basically meaning bad, but different levels of bad. So Eurobeat were made by Italians. I mean, Eurobeat's mostly made by Italians. There is Eurobeat that is made by Europe, like other countries in Europe, but a large majority of Eurobeat is Italian. So, or at least most of the ones from Initial D. So, if you're familiar with the ones from Initial D, I think that's mostly Italian. I know most pop are Swedish. Oh yeah, yeah. Other Europop, yeah, in are like other countries. So yes, but specifically Eurobeat for Initial D, I think mostly comes from the Italians. So okay, all right. Let's see what else. So we were most of the way there, and then my friend introduced us to something called the Chaos Poem. Have you guys heard of the Chaos Poem? This is my first time hearing about the Chaos Poem, and it's like a poem written, I guess, not terribly long ago, but like it has like all of the misgivings that like a typical um, new English speaker would complain about because it's so horrible. A lot of the songs are by Max Martin, who is Swedish. Ah, okay, I see. All right, let me see here. Let me look up the Chaos Poem. This is such a ridiculous poem. I kind of wanted to read it on stream. It's a little bit long for a poem, but it's not too long. But I think you guys will understand the ridiculosity that is the Chaos Poem. But yeah, this was in the context we were talking about people who were trying to learn English as like a second language. You know what? I may actually share my screen for this one. Um, because it will only be it will only manifest in the amazingness that is this poem. So if anybody is interested in learning advanced English, this poem is probably the bane of existence. All right, so it's called "The Chaos" by Gerard Nolst Trenit, and I guess it was written in 1922. But anyway, you probably have thought you will never hear Nam recite a poem on stream. Well, today is the day that we dispel that. I'm taking a swig because I think I'm going to be. All right, here we go. Let me go to show and tell. Okay, here we go. Let me move. Oh, no. I didn't want to move. Man, I tried clicking on it in OBS. Okay, so here's the. Okay, here's the poem, The Chaos by Gerard Nolstrenit. Okay. Classic English poem containing about 800 of the worst irregularities in the English spelling and pronunciation. All right, so here we go. Dearest creature in creation, studying English pronunciation, I will teach you in my verse. Sounds like corpse, corpse, horse, and worse. Will keep you sussy, busy, make your head with heat grow dizzy. Tear in eye, your dress you'll tear. Queer, fair, seer, hear my prayer. Pray, console your loving poet. Make my coat look new, dear, sew it. Just compare, heart, hear, and heard. Dies and diet, lord and word. Sword, sward, retain, and Britain. Mind the latter, how it's written. Maid has not the sound of bade. Say, said, pay, paid. Laid, but plaid. Now I surely will not plague you with such words as vague and ague. But be careful how you speak. Say gush, bush, stake, streak, break, bleak, previous, precious, fuchsia, via. Recipe, pipe, studding, sail, choir. Woven, oven, how, and low. Script, receipt, shoe, poem, toe. Say, expecting, fraud, and trickery. Daughter, laughter, and terpsichore. I don't even know how to pronounce this. Branch, ranch, measles, topsails, aisles, missiles, similes, and reviles. I added and in there. Holy, holly, signal, signing, same, examining, but mining, scholar, vicar, and cigar, solar, mica, war, and far. From desire Desirable, admirable, from admire, lumber, plumber, beer, but briar, top sham, braham, renown, but known, knowledge done, lone, gone, none, tone. All right, hold on. I'm going to take a break here just for a second and just. Is this not ridiculous? Okay, so far. Great one to be read by people who don't have English as their first language. Yo, yeah, this is like the treacherous poem where it's like, oh my god, all of these things are spelled like this or rhymes like this, but then not pronounced the same. Like, that's the entire poem. It is kind of amazing. All right, where were we? One anemone, no, anemone, Balmoral. Balmoral? Man, see, I'm not even that great. And I would consider English my first language. Kitchen, lichen, laundry, laurel. Gertrude, German, wind and wind. Bow, kind, kindred, Q, mankind. Man, I got lucky switching the wind and wind there. Tortoise, turquoise, chamois leather. Reading, reading, heathen, heather. This phonetic labyrinth gives moss, gross, brook, brooch, ninth, plinth. Have you ever yet endeavored to pronounce revered and severed? Demon, lemon, ghoul, foul, soul, Peter, petrol, and patrol. Billet does not end like ballet. Bouquet, wallet, mallet, chalet. Blood and flood are not like food, nor is mold like should and would. Banquet is not nearly parquet, which exactly rhymes with khaki. That's I got that wrong. I'm sorry. Discount, viscount, load and broad, toward and to forward, to reward. Ricocheted and crocheting, croquet. Right, your pronunciation's okay. Rounded, wounded, grieve and sieve, friend and fiend, alive and live. we were By the time we got to this point, we were just laughing in the car. The guy who read it in the car, he basically nailed like basically the entire thing. I was like, oh man, that's brutal. I immediately said to the car, I have to read this on stream. All right. Is your R correct in higher? Keats asserts it rhymes Thalia. Hue but hug and hood but hoot. Buoyant, minute but minute. Say abscission with precision. Now position and transition. Would it tally with my rhyme if I mention paradigm? Twopence, threepence, teas are easy, but cease, crease, grease, and greasy. Cornice, nice, valise, revise, rabies, but lullabies. What? Of such puzzling words as nauseous, rhyming well with cautious, tortious, you'll envelop lists, I hope, in a linen envelope. The GenCon into poem bait and switch. Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely what it is. Or I'm just stalling for time for people who saw my message later, and then. But anyway, I mean, this is part of the story. This is part of part of my trip. All right. Would you like to have some more? You'll have it. Affidavit. David. To abjure. To perjure. Chic does not sound like check, but ache. Liberty Library, heave and heaven, Rachel Locke, mustache 11. We say hallowed, but allowed. People, leopard, toad, but vowed. Mark the difference, moreover, between mover, plover, and dover. Leeches, breeches, wise, precise, chalice, but police and lice. Camel, constable, unstable, principal, disciple, label. Pedal, penal, and canal. Wait, surmise, plate, promise, pal. Sweet, sweet ruin. Circuit, conduit, rhymes with shirk it and beyond it. But it is not hard to tell why it's Pall Mall, but Palm, Pal, I don't even know. Muscle, muscular, gall, iron, timber, climber, bullion, lion, worm and storm, chase, chaos, chair, senator, spectator, mayor. Ivy, privy, famous clamor, has the A of Dracum hammer. I'm going to read this. Pussy, hussy, and possess, desert, No, desert, but des- desert. These are the same, right? Dessert, desert. No, no. No, they're both pronounced the same, right? Desert and desert. See, I don't even know. Wait, what? Tris. Um, Alchemmutation says, wait, what? Hey, how's it going, Craig? I'm telling a poem. I'm reading a poem that was read to us in my 8.5 car ride to GenCon. So this is this is the beginning. That's the alchemmutation of the English language. Yeah, this is how rough it is for English language who don't speak English natively, and even those who learn English first have trouble. Golf, sorry, golf, wolf, countenance, lieutenants, hoist in lieu of flags left pennants, courier, courtier, tomb, bomb, comb, cow, but cowper, some and home, uh, soul, solder, soldier, blood is thicker. Quoth he, then liquor or liquor. Making it is sad but true. In bravado, much ado. Stranger does not rhyme with anger, neither does devour with clangor. Pilot, pivot, gaunt, but aunt. Some people pronounce it ant. Font, front, won't, want, grand, and grant. Okay, I guess I needed to pronounce that ant. So, all right, let me pause here for a second because I'm from New England. We pronounce this as ant. No, sorry, we pronounce this as aunt, but I have to pronounce it ant now because where I live now, everybody else pronounces it ant. Jeez, I'm confusing myself. I pronounce aunt as ant. Okay, yeah, so ant and ant. I mean, that's fine. That's how apparently the majority of the world. It's just where I grew up. That's not how it's pronounced. Arsenic, specific, scenic, relic, rhetoric, hygienic, gooseberry, goose, and close but close. Paradise, rise, rose, and dose. Say invi, nay, but inveigle. I don't know what that word is. Make the latter rhyme with eagle, mind, meandering, but mean, Valentine and magazine. And I bet you, dear, a penny, you say. Manifold, like many, which is wrong. Say rapier, pier, tier, one who ties. Oh, tire, one who ties, but tier. Inveigle, is that how you pronounce? I don't know how to pronounce it. All right, well, thanks. Archangel, pray. Does erring rhyme with herring or with stirring? Prison, bison, treasure, trove. Treason, hover, cover, cove. Uh, Perseverance, severance, ribald. Rhymes with piebald, doesn't with nibbled. Phaeton, paean, gnat, gat, gnaw. Lean, psychic, shone, bone, pshaw. But don't be down, my own, but rough it, and distinguish buffet, buffet. I don't know what. Oh wait, rough. Yeah, yeah. This has got to be buffet because rough it. Brood, stood, roof, rook, school, wool, boon, Worcester, Boleyn, to impugn. Impugn. This sounds like a poem that Data would write. Yo, that is. I was thinking how it would sound if Data was reading this. I did have that thought. So you and I, we were on the same wavelength. As in Jimmy, yeah. Lean to me is like French. Yeah, in we use this word in English, and we pronounce it lean. So, sorry, in America, man, I'm sorry. I'm also tired. But anyway, hold on. How much longer do we have? Do it. We still have some. Oh wait, wait. Okay, okay. We're gonna be done soon. All right. It's in the possibility, the realm of possibility. Lean link. Okay. Absolutely love this based on that alone. Yeah. In America, we pronounce it lean. Yeah, yeah. Saying sounds correct and sterling. Hearse, hear, hearken, year and yearling. Evil, devil, mizontent. Mind the Z, a gentle hint. Now you need not pay attention to such sounds as I don't mention. Sounds like pores, pause, poors, and pause, rhyming with the pronoun yours. Nor are proper names included, though I often heard as you did. Funny rhymes to unicorn, yes, you know them. Vaughn and Strachan. Strachan? No, Strachan, because there we go. No, my maiden, coy and comely, I don't want to speak of Colmondale. Alright, somebody help me with that one. Yo, yet Froud, compared with Proud, is no better than McLeod. But mind trivial and vile, tripod menial denial, troll and trolley, realm and ream, schedule, mischief, schism, and scheme. Argyle, Gill, surely may be made to rhyme with Raleigh. But you're not supposed to say piquet rhymes with sobriquet. This is torturous. I feel like speaking with American accent requires more muscle energy to speak, whereas Aussie accent is more lazy, requires less energy to speak. We don't articulate as clearly. I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna make I haven't really spoken with Australian accents too much, so I will not make the judgment. But I'll take your word for it. I'm enunciating a little bit more and over the top for this poem specifically, or at least I'm trying to anyway. Has this invalid, worthless document, how pallid, how uncouth he, couchant, looked when for Portsmouth I had booked. Zeus, Thebes, Thales, Aphrodite, Paramour, enamored, flighty, episodes, antipodes, acquiesce, and obsequies. Yes, you are enunciating. I'm attempting to. I can't even pronounce some of these words. Please don't monkey with the geyser. Don't peel taters with my razor. Rather than in accents pure, nature, stature, and mature. Pious, impious, limb climb glumly. Worsted, crumbly, dumbly. Conquer, conquest, vase, phase, fan. Wan, sedan, artisan. that was a good one. The TH will surely trouble you more than R, CH, or W. Say then these phonetic gems: Thomas, Time, Teresa, and Thames. Thompson, Chatham, Waltham, Stratham. There are more, but I've forgot 'em. Wait, I've got it. Anthony, lighten your anxiety. Duh, the archaic word albeit does not rhyme with 8, you see it. With and forthwith, one has voice, one has not. You make your choice. Shoes, goes, does. Now, first say finger, then say singer, ginger, linger. Real, zeal, mauve, gauze, and gauge. Marriage, foliage, mirage, and age. Chat ham, says Alchemmutation. I need a drink to get through this, Diet Coke. Yo, I need... Yeah, that's why I said hydrate before starting this poem. Hero, heron, query, very, parry, tarry, fury, berry. Dost, lost, let me start this one up. Dost, lost, post, and doth, cloth, loath. Job, blossom, bosom, and oath. Foe, oppugnant, keen oppugners. Bowing, bowing, banjo tuners. Home, you know, but knows canoes. Punsy truism used to use. Oh my god, I am dying here. Job. Though the difference seems little, we say actual but victual. Seat, sweat, chaste, cast, lay, ate, and height. Put, nut, granite, and unite. Reefer does not rhyme with defer. Fefer does not. No, Fefer does, and Zephyr, heifer. Dull, bull. Jeffrey, George, ate, late. Hint, pint. Senate, but sedate. Gaelic, Arabic, Pacific, science, conscience, scientific, tour, but hour, dower, succor, for. Gas, alas, and Arkansas. Say maneuver, yacht, and vomit. Next, omit which differs from it. Bona fide alibi, gyrate, dowry, and awry. E-Room, welcome in. How's it going? E-Room says, Shirley, Shirley, Bo Burley, Banana, Fana, Fo Burley, Fee-Fi, Mo Burley, Shirley. That is exactly the mood we are getting into here, E-Room. Uh, why did you decide this was necessary? Because it's like you're being shot in the mouth on stream. Personally, love it. I thought this would be hilarious to read on stream. Also, this is technically the beginning of my story because we read this in the car ride to GenCon. And, you know, it won't take the full time, but it will give you guys the simulation of how long it took to get there. Oh, yeah, thanks for... by the way, everybody, follow everybody in chat. We'll give formal shoutouts after I'm done with this poem. Okay. C idea, Guinea area. Psalm, Maria, but malaria. Youth, South, Southern, cleanse and clean. Doctrine, turpentine, marine. Compare alien with Italian. Dandelion with battalion. Rally with ally. Yeah, ye. I, way, key, and key. Say aver, but ever, fever, neither leisure, skein, receiver. Never guess it is not safe. We say calves, valves, half, but Ralph. Starry, granary, canary, crevice, but device, and airy. Face, but preface, then grimace, phlegm, phlegmatic, ass, glass, and base. uh, bass, large, target, gin, give, verging. Ought, oust, joust, and scour, but scourging. Ear, but earn, and ear, and tear. Tear? Do not rhyme with here, but there. But air. Man, I can't even. Okay, hold on. Let's... And then wait, let's go. Wait, yeah. Mind the O of mind the O of off and often, which may be pronounced as orphan, with the sound of saw and sauce. Also soft, lost, cloth, and cross. Pudding, puddle, putting, putting. Yes, at golf it rhymes with shutting. Respite, spite, consent, resent, liable, but parliament. 7 is right, but so is even. Hyphen, roughen, nephew, Stephen. Monkey, donkey, clerk, and jerk. Asp, grasp, wasp, demence, cork, and work. A of valor, vapid, vapor. S of news, compare, newspaper. G of gibbet, gibbon, gist. I of antichrist and grist. Differ like diverse and divers. Rivers, strivers, shivers, fivers. Once but nonce, toll, doll but roll. Polish, polish, pole, and pole. Pronunciation, think of psyche. Is a paling stout and spiky? Won't it make you lose your wits? I've already lost my wits. Writing groats and saying grits. It's a dark abyss or tunnel strewn with stones like Rowlock, Gunwales, Islington, and Isle of Wight. Housewife, verdict, and indict. Don't you think so, reader? Rather, saying lather, bather, father? Finally, which rhymes with enough? Though, through, bow, cough, huff. So tough. And hiccup, hiccup has the sound of sup. My advice is give it up. Oh my god. All right, we're done. Okay, the poem's done. Okay, if anybody wants to read this poem on their own or whatever, I'll just drop it in chat. You guys can do what you want with it. But anyway, so jumping back up here. Yes, I'm done. That was the poem. Okay. All right. Okay, guys, this is a good time. Yeah, I love that and never want to do it again. I mean, look, I just had to do it once, and I told myself I'd do it on stream, and I did it on stream. So now it can be over with. But technically, that was the beginning of my road trip. So anyway, guys, follow everybody in chat. For everybody who's not following everybody currently, if you're not following our friend and mod Chan the Magic Man, please give Chan the Magic Man a follow. Chan does a bunch of different streams, but one of the other few magicians on Twitch that has a regular magic schedule. He does Magic Mondays. Let's see, guys. If you're not following our friend and mod Gibson Lens, please give Gibson Lens, aka Bert, a follow. Plays piano, couple days a week. Has been canceling some depending on, but also watching Olympics and stuff. So I totally get that. But will sight read from songbooks. Has composed a lot of his own music as well. So please check Gibson Lens out. Let's see who else. If you're not following our friend Obi-Wan, please give Obi-Wan a follow. Obi-Wan has done practice guitar streams, but also has been playing a lot of Baldur's Gate 3. So, which, by the way, I just saw that Larian has posted a bunch of fun stats about the romances in Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, but apparently 200,000 people has loved the bear. Yeah, so I was like, what? That is what? Anyway, let's see, guys. If you're not following our friend Charlie's Beats, please give Charlie's Beats a follow. One day he will stream again. We don't know when. Man, I'm trying to rhyme as though that poem was still going on, but anyway, if you're giving him a follow, then maybe you was ugly letters. All right. Then maybe you'll see when he streams again. But he's a famous chatter in music Twitch chat, so you happen to see Charlie's Beats in other chats. That's why. Let's see. Did I get? Okay, hold on. I'm just scrolling through chat to make sure that we covered it. Guys, you're not following Alchemutation. I think. Do we see shout out for Alchemutation already? If not, whatever, we're gonna shout out Alchemutation again. Guys, you're not following our friend Alchemutation. Plays Smilecore, which is guitar on stream, and has made a couple of his own songs. Actually, recently had a couple of commissions, which I had the opportunity to listen to. And Craig, I don't know if I told you what I thought. I really liked it. The RPG airy feeling of like the town music. I liked it. I was actually listening to that at GenCon in my hotel room in bed before I was falling asleep. So it was good. I liked it. Okay, let's see. Where else are we going here? All right. Guys, if you're not following our friend E-Room, please give E-Room a follow. Also known as the Pope of Indiana, but I almost had the chance to meet up with E-Room this weekend, which I will talk about later, but I had a very busy kind of schedule, and I was basically mostly at the convention center or at the hotel or at booked events. But I told E-Room, hey, E-Room, I'm going to be meeting like another person who is not at the convention at this time on a specific day, and I don't think it worked out. So that was, but anyway, so if you're not following E-Room, he does all sorts of things. He does gallivants around town, opens random things in his house, plays community games. So definitely give E-Room a follow. Okay, all right, let's see. And then short of that, everybody follow everybody. So as far as I can see, everybody that actually has said anything in chat is a streamer. So unless somebody has jumped in and I didn't see them and they're not a streamer, I think everybody currently in here is a streamer. So all right, cool. All right. Okay, last car ride joke before we finally get to Indianapolis. So while talking about Eurobeat, I swore that there was this song called Fly Me to the Moon and Back by the Spiders of Mars. And I swear that this was what it was in my memory, and I did not realize this, but when my friends listened to the song and read the title, and Siri read the title to us, the song, I shit you not, was called Fly to Me to the Moon and Back. And I told my friends, I swear that this was never the title. It was always this other thing. And in my mind, I was thinking, did I just fall into like an alternate universe, and this is like the Mandela effect. It's like, no, no, no. Human memory is bad. I must be getting it wrong. And then everything else in the world does say that this song is literally called Fly to Me to the Moon and Back. If you listen to the lyrics of the song, it even says that. And I'm like, oh, that's how come I never realized that before. So my friends made fun of me, and we actually called upon it every single time somebody was forgetful about something. We would just say, "Fly to me to the moon and back," and everybody understood what the hell it was. And I just like this reminds me of like of that Star Trek episode, like you know, um, he was stranded on that planet. It was like uh, Picard and whoever the alien was is like a Tanagra or something. It's just like that. That's what it reminded me of the entire time. Yeah, the brain self corrects, says Obi-Wan. Eroom says Indie After Dark equals cat gun. Okay. Savage Garden, says Obi-Wan. Lol, JK. Darmok, that's it. Thanks, Bert. So yeah, Picard and Darmok at Tanagra. Or no, they were. I don't remember. I have to rewatch that episode. It's such a good episode. All right. Okay. All right. So, okay. Yeah, you use that phenomenon a lot in your card magic. Do I? Yeah, the self-correcting. Yes, yeah, the self-correcting thing. Yes, not the Star Trek not the Star Trek thing. Okay, all right. So the whole point of getting to this point now is I'm going to show pictures and talk about the trip. Okay, so let me go ahead and begin by switching. Okay, so here we go. Oh yeah, so when we arrive at the hotel is 7.5 miles away from the convention center. We have dinner for the night, and then we play board games. So the first board game that I played, technically of the entire weekend, was a game that's been out already, but it was Dune Imperium. So for anybody who's fans of the new Dune, which full disclosure, I have not seen the new Dune. So, but anyway, so here's a picture. I'm going to show you a bunch of pictures. So these pictures are specifically from the Indiana Convention Center in and around GenCon. So these are specifically GenCon. This is outside. I took a picture of this because A, it's cute, but B, there's actually a place in Rochester, New York, that has statues that look like this called the MAG. We call it the MAG, but it stands for the Memorial Art Gallery. And outside of there, they basically have these figures. And I was like, wow, these figures look exactly the same. I don't know who created it, but I posted it on my Facebook, and one of my friends was like, wow, these look exactly like the ones in front of the Memorial Art Gallery. I'm like, you're right! So anyway, but they're nice. They're pretty big. Okay, all right, cool. Here, inside, we're finally inside. This is the play area, which is not the expo hall, but there were a lot of play areas. You could not get into this area without a badge. So here, people are playing Disney Lorcana, or getting ready to, because this was super early on the Thursday. There was a moonshine chocolate place, literally in the play area, and I was like, oh, are they going to be selling chocolate? Like, I don't know. Eroom says, Indy has the worst roads in the nation, but we have artwork. Lol, says Eroom. All right, let's see. Here's a big skeleton, just like randomly. I don't know why it was there. Okay, so here's a snapshot of how many people were waiting to get into the expo hall before the expo hall opens. So normally, right before the expo hall opens, they do this ritual. There's this big introduction. They roll a d20 to see what the number was. I did not make it early enough for that ritual because we all had to ride share in. Long story, but I'll talk more about getting to and from the hotel. But this is about how many people were just waiting in a really long hallway. And it's not like the expo hall has one entrance. There's like 4 entrances to get into it. This was just kind of in front of one of them. And here's like another angle, same place. Here's the behind me. There's a lot of people. And yeah, so anyway, finally getting into the expo hall, I had to take a picture of a bunch of places were selling Slay the Spire board game. Now, I did not have to purchase this, but this was ended up being one of the hottest games of the con, even though it did come out before. But I kickstarted it. I think I mentioned this on stream. I actually have it over here. I'm not going to open it today, but oh my god, this box is massive. I just want to show you how ridiculous this box is. Okay. Sorry. Ugh. All right, so here's the Slay the Samara board game. Oh, hold on. Let me swap. Okay, here's the Slay the Spire board game. It is this big. It's bigger than my head. It is massively thick. It is as thick as my head. It is. I do have the collector's edition though, but it's crazy. I also got the beta art cards because I was like, hey, extra cards. I can use these for Magic. And so that was kind of like why I kickstarted. But everybody loved it. I did not actually fully play a game, but I saw people playing it, and it's very, very faithful to the game. All the numbers are different because they obviously had to tune it for like easy math while playing the board game. But like, yeah, it looks pretty. Oh, sorry, I switched to the wrong one. Okay, here we are. All right, back to the expo hall. All right, so here was a funny thing, and I was like, oh man. And now I regret not coming back to this, but this is Drink Your Fandom, and they had a ton of different teas, and I was like, ah. But, yeah, so there's basically tea for everything. Tea for a specific class, tea for your mood, tea for, just because you're feeling like it, tea for if you roll bad luck in a particular dungeon campaign. So here's a random costume of a dragon in the hallway. Here's a bear. I think it's a bear. I'm not entirely sure. I was walking around outside, and guys, this guy's chair was decked out. This guy's chair was so cool. I was like, yeah, that's awesome. So now we're actually walking outside of the convention center, but it's in and around Gen Con. Everybody was like, okay. Went back into the convention hall. There's a thing. Somebody was selling scented dice. So there were dice where you could smell them. Yep, that I'm not making this up. I just so this is Tabletop Tycoon. Their booth was super cool. It was themed as though it was a restaurant where you can order from their menu. And if you look at their menu, like the dine-in options, it's basically a collection of games. And so you have a bunch of different packages. Besides the cool theme, it was very clear what you can get from them and for how much. And like that's a lot better than I can say for a lot of other booths, because a lot of other booths just had like a little piece of paper taped to the side of the table or something, and I'm just like, well done. But also, this guy, he didn't know I was going to take this picture, but I think I caught him. It's like, oh, okay, he's going to take a picture of me, getting ready to smile, and he's almost there, but I just caught him just before. Smells like feet, says E-Room. Yeah, I don't know. This was just outside the convention center. Huge mech! Yeah, this was... So I heard that the fan was basically on the entire time for basically 4 straight days. I was just like... Because that is a gigantic inflatable. So this was just inflatable. Oh yeah, taking a picture of these statues again, because this is now the second day. There's a balloon sculpture that was being made in the hallway, and this didn't look this good like on the first day because there's just almost nothing. But now it's starting to pan out. So as you could see here, the balloon sculpture, that's like a wizard on the right, and there's going to be more wizards. So this is a little bit later and at a different angle. So you can see that there's several. Well, it's from a game. The game is the game on the next. Nope. Okay, so the game is, I think, Gnome something, but which I don't know anything about it. But so I don't know if the fundraiser occurred, but you basically get people bidding, and whoever wins the bid gets to attack this thing with a sword. And I was like, okay, I don't think I was going to be here the entire time for it to happen on Sunday, but that's usually what ends up happening. So here's another kind of mech or statue or whatever. This is now back inside the expo hall. So and then here is a troll, but like a rock and roll troll. Are we still reading the poem? Is the poem still going on? Rock and roll troll? Like, anyway. He was walking behind me. I was like right in front of him. I was like, wait a second. I turn around. I'm like, whoa. So I had to take this picture. Yeah, that's right. Whoa. Okay. Let's see. Back in the expo hall, there was a booth with a lot of these wooden ornaments. Some of these were cool. As you can see, that Starfleet one kind of on the right up there. That's pretty nice. I did zoom into one because, for those of you who know that I used to work at a video store, there was a Blockbuster Video one right here. So that that was one. Okay, and then I got like some pictures of some booths. So this was Featherstone Games. I honestly, I tried to consume and learn about so many games over the weekend that I don't know what games are associated necessarily with which booth, unless it was like super distinct. However, I do have a separate folder with all of my board game pictures. We're gonna save that for later. So yeah, right now we're just going through the experience. All right, this was on the expo hall. This was for a game called Starfinder, as the book in its hand suggests. But this was a pet lounge. It was not a real pet lounge. It was basically themed as a pet lounge, but was just like people playing, I guess, a pet game, pet card game in here. So you can kind of see on the right, yeah, it's pet something, but I don't know. I did not investigate this game. Oh, that's right. I ran into a bunch of Mandalorians, and so actually, not only that, so where I was right here, I had gotten a selfie with the one on the right, but then like literally just like 5 steps over, they all saw each other like kind of you know happenstance like in the expo hall. So they all posed for like 8 people taking pictures over here, and I was like, I gotta get on this. So this was a cool picture. So for anybody who's a fan of The Mandalorian, this is a pretty cool picture. But I did get a chance to chat with the guy on the right, and he made the costume basically at home on his own. So it's fully homemade, basically. Somebody at work asked me to take a picture of the exploding kittens vending machine. So for those of you who have never been to a Gen Con in the past, Exploding Kittens basically used to have a vending machine that was like people sized, and they would actually have real people dispensing things to people who paid for something in the vending machine. And somebody had wanted to see that, and unfortunately that went away, and this was what it was replaced with this year. A crane game, and is not as cool, not as fun, not as people sized, not as funny, because the people who used to run the vending machine, who were in the vending machine, made it really funny. So, this was in the random play area. Somebody had drawn a bunch of like Marvel and DC characters, and I know that Superman's DC. I said Marvel because there were more of them, but that's coming up next. So here we have Superman, up, and away. I don't know who it is, but it looks like the signature is in the bottom right. And then over here we have the cards are always in my favor. This is Gambit, and of course those of you who are magicians holding playing cards. So yeah. But yeah, so there was a bunch more, but there were other people like playing on top of them or next to them, and I'm like, I don't want to be like that creepy guy that takes pictures really close unnecessarily to these other groups. So I just got these two. Let's see. Walking around outside, we were looking for a meal, and we saw this guy. We did not eat this guy for the meal. That's not where I was going with this, but I was just like, oh, his costume looks cool. All right. And so we proceeded to go eat at a reputable restaurant, not cannibalize this one man. Nom nom nom, says E-Room. Let's see. Walking around, this is 2 rooms and a boom. So in the convention center, there's a lot of areas where people are gaming. There used to be a hallway where people would play like Werewolf or Mafia, and that's where all the social games were going. But they apparently broke them apart, and so 2 rooms and a boom was very prominent, like in a big hallway. But I don't know where Werewolf was, but I know the events were going on because I saw somebody that went to one of them, and he told me about it. But they weren't happening in that hallway anymore. So, oh, here's the mech at night. If you wanted to see the mech at night, it was well lit. I was surprised. Um, and then, okay, that is the last one I have just for Gen Con specific. settings. Now you're probably wondering, wait, that's not that many photos. I said that there are many, many folders. So we're going to go to the next one now. But before, let's say, we're not going to jump back into, let me see here. Oh yeah, let me go to do food because food was a huge thing throughout the week. And let me start here. Okay, all right. How is this looking when I swap back to photos now? Okay, that's too big. All right, so I did say that I try to avoid alcohol because of gout, but I was like, okay, I'm not going to go crazy this weekend, but I was going to have some. So here is um, this is a bourbon flight. So, no, don't you dare resize on me that way. So for those of you who like bourbon, this was a bourbon flight at the hotel we were staying at. So this was the first night we were hungry and we were like, okay, let's get a bite to eat. And we didn't really want to go anywhere. So as I said, the hotel that we were staying at was about 7.5 miles away from the convention center, and so every day So for those of you who did not know, um, this is the first year ever that GenCon has sold out, and the attendance numbers for this year was for the entire weekend 71,000 people, which I believe is actually a safety limit probably for the Indianapolis Convention Center. Because they haven't tried to push over 70,000 in the past. So I'm guessing we're probably pushing the safety limit of the convention center. The other thing was that there were events in a ton of hotels surrounding, and so maybe that alleviated the need to be, 70,000 strict people, because if there was like roughly 1,000 people outside in the surrounding hotels. Also, we took over the Lucas Oil Stadium, and so yeah, there's always stuff going on. So that might have been how it worked out, but anyway, yeah. So it's sold out, so nobody could get close hotels. But yeah, my friends and I couldn't assure that we would get parking either, for even a reasonable, or what happens if we don't find parking kind of thing. So we just decided to ride share in every day. It was actually not that bad because whatever ride share we used, we would make sure that it took all four of us, and so it was just there and back, there and back, there and back 3 times, and then yeah, that's. Here was a pretzel. Behold, it's a pretzel. So this particular night, I was in the mood for that flight, and then this was a taco flight, and I was like, oh! And these are 3 different kinds of tacos. So like the one on the right is like a mushroom-based taco. The one in the middle, I believe, is pulled pork, and then the one on the left is, I forgot if that was chicken or if it was something else. But anyway, all 3 of them were delicious. That sauce on the upper right, the red one, that one was the spicy one. The green, that's guacamole. And then just the orangey one on the upper left-ish, that was like a tangy sweet kind of one. But yeah. Let's see. E-Room says steak taco looks like. Oh, okay. It does look delicious. Oh yeah, this was delicious. This was glorious. The next day, we went to a place called Mount Fuji, not the mountain in Japan, but a restaurant here in Indianapolis. So the thing about this was I was upset because my favorite sushi place in Indy, which no longer exists, we used to go there every year. We would visit Gen Con, and I swear it was like some of the best sushi I'd ever had, like ever, in a landlocked place in Indy. It was called Mikado, but lo and behold, we walked over and it was replaced by like Social Cantina or something. So basically, it was gone, and I was sad. Yeah, best landlocked sushis. Yes, that's true. Yeah, but luckily, less than a block away, we find Mount Fuji is like another Asian place that also has sushi. And I was like, okay, you know what? I'm in the mood for sushi. Let's go to a place, even if I don't end up getting it, uh, at least they will have it. So here we have green tea on the left, we have miso soup on the right. But here is what I actually got at the restaurant for lunch. It was a sushi bento. And so they had different sizes. So there was a sushi bento, there was a lunch bento, which was bigger, with one of my other friends got. They had ramen, which we could have gotten, but actually the demand for ramen was so high during that lunch peak, it was going to be an additional like half an hour to 45 minutes. And I was like, man, if we had more time, we should totally get the ramen here because that means they're making it legit every single time. But yeah, everything on here was good. So you got like an egg roll, a crab rangoon, some dumplings, half of a California roll, and then one roll of your choice from the specialty roll menu. And this was great. And this filled me up for lunch. It was delicious. So I'm sad about Mikado being closed, but you know what, Mount Fuji, I'll take you. All right, next up, we made plans on the Thursday night to go have dinner at a fancy place. I did not book it. I didn't know where it was. It's actually pretty far away from downtown. So it's like it was like a 20-minute drive probably from there. But what we ended up doing, because we had bought a ton of stuff from the convention center, and we were like, we don't want to lug it to this like semi fancy place. So this place is called Provision, and so we ended up taking a ride share back to the hotel and then dropping everything off. And then we were going to take a ride share here because we were going to have drinks. But what ended up happening was rideshare prices surged like crazy. So instead of having like a rideshare cost like 30 to 40 bucks, which is what we expected, it was up to like 70 to $80 for the rideshare to and from. We didn't find out why until the next day, but it was because there was a concert happening in town the exact same time. Blink 182 was in Indy that day, and I was like, holy crap, man, what are the odds? And so we decided to drive, and luckily they have like a parking, it was like a plaza parking lot. So I'm like, okay. But this area was weird because the area in which this is in, it looks like there's a whole bunch of fancy restaurants. So like Provision was here, like Ruth Chris's Steakhouse was here. There was like, three other places that I could literally see, and it just looked like an old, I don't know, like industry warehousing area, and it was just like fancy restaurants, and I was like, wow, okay. So anyway, yeah, this is kind of like on the northeast part of Indy, and so the other three guys kind of had like nicer shirts on. They weren't like nice shirts per se, but I was like, I didn't get the memo. So I was wearing my grubby, like, the same shirt I was wearing throughout the day, like my nerdy geeky shirt. So inside they had a ton of wine. Here's all the wine in that you could see in the front. Like this is in the front room. Like as soon as you get in. Okay, and we're gonna get into the food. So what we decided for this fancy restaurant, we were going to do a tasting menu. For those of you who don't know what a fancy chef's tasting menu is, I'm saying this fancy because it's probably more costly than you would think, but surprisingly pretty affordable for I think what you get. And this was my first time doing a chef's tasting menu, and so I was like, I haven't gone to Gen Con for like 4 years in a row, so like clearly I would have the budget for it, and so I'm like, let's just do this. So all four of us, we all got the tasting menu and the wine pairing, and so yeah, this was probably the most expensive meal like I've ever had like per capita, but it was such a wonderful experience. So I'm going to take you through each of the foods now. So when the chefs found out that we were going to be doing the chef's tasting menu, they gave us like a pre appetizer. So we all got a spoon, and I think there was some fruit, cucumber sauce, and then like wontons, and like surprisingly, you would think this has multiple flavors, and I actually don't like cucumber. I took this whole thing. It was like I would say one magical like mono taste thing, and I was like, wow, this blended together like instantly on my tongue. I was super impressed and surprised. So this was not even a course. This was like a pre course. And then first course is here. This is I think this is, hold on. Let me just pull up my cheat sheet. By cheat sheet I mean the image in which I took the menu of here, because I want to do this justice and I don't want to mess this up. Oh yeah, so I did take a picture of the menu. It's this chef's tasting menu, but I'm gonna hide it over here just so I can use it. All right. Okay, so this is. Oh my God, I'm not used to doing a show and tell on stream, so please bear with me. Okay, so this one is baked brie. All right, so this is baked brie. So here's baked brie. This red stuff right here was actually a like a fruity bacon onion jam. And so when you tasted it, it was like slightly sweet, but mostly savory, and you could taste the bacon. And I was like, wow, that is super. And these pieces of fruit over here are pears. So pears, baked brie, and like a bacon onion jam. And this was fabulous. Great start. And it was paired with a white wine, Bosco Cuvée. All right, this was the quote unquote pasta dish. You can't really tell that there's pasta in here. And honestly, we just called it ravioli while we were here. But it's agnolotti. So there's lemon ricotta with butternut squash and pistachio butter, and it was also with a white wine. But the white wine actually complemented the lemon taste. We were all talking at the table like, "Wow, this is like one of the best." And I think the yeah, and so the meat it if you're not familiar, I guess with kind of pancetta, it kind of tastes like hot dog, but like fancy hot dog basically. This was probably the most surprising. Like, I liked this a lot. I thought this was really good. This one was a scallop on a rice cake. And this is like miso butter with like citrus roe. And I had never really had roe, but like the fact that all of these blended together and it had like a distinct flavor um, was super nice. Also had a white tasting. Sorry, I also had a white wine for the wine tasting with this. It was a Chardonnay. And then let's see. Nom nom nom. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, all these were amazing. This was our first like foray into like big beef. So this is a American Wagyu steak and with local mitake mushrooms. So that the mushrooms on the right are kind of like shiitake, but like shredded, and the steak was I would say it was between medium rare to medium. It was super thick, so it's probably super easy. But the char on the corners of the steak really made it, and we were talking like, oh man, if you just put this char on a burger, like it would taste so good. But not saying that the steak was good. This was amazing. So looks yum, but not enough. So by itself, each one of the courses was not that much. But at this point, after eating this, I was like, wow, I'm starting to be satisfied. How many more courses are there? And this was only the fourth course. There were actually six total courses. And I was like, oh no, how am I going to fit everything? Um, and then let's see. This one was the fifth course. This is a lamb chop with charred carrots and blue cheese grits. And okay, enough then. Oh, yeah, spare rib. Yeah. Waiter, may I get a to-go box? Yeah. Which was funny because our hotel did have a fridge, but I don't think we had a way to reheat it or cook anything. So I was like, all right, we got to finish it, basically. So um, lamb chop was delicious. The carrots were really good. The grits didn't feel like grits. The grits actually felt like, I don't know, just like a creamy potato. But I mean, I guess that's what grits basically is, right? Yeah. Um, and this was good. And at this point, I was like, man, I'm full. Okay, I can finish this, but I don't know what's next. But the last course is dessert. So I'm like, okay, okay. I'm not like as big of a dessert fan, so I was like, maybe less pressure to finish it. But I mean, you're paying a lot for the dinner. You feel compelled and like pressured to finish it. But I'm like, all right, that's fine, that's fine. Paying for the experience, which by the way, wonderful experience. Oh, I forgot to say for the steak, we got a Cabernet Sauvignon, and then for this lamb chop, we got a Malbec. So yeah, most of these wines were from 2020, 2021, so nothing too crazy. And then this was dessert. So this was a pots de creme. There's like dark chocolate, almond biscotti, and espresso whipped cream. So yeah, the whipped cream was espresso. That was basically we equated it to like a mousse. It basically had the consistency of a mousse. There was like a chocolate straw. There was a biscotti, which you know how like if you have like a regular biscotti, it is actually really hard and super crunchy. And I think biscotti means like it was baked twice or something, right? But like this one, it felt like the biscotti was only cooked once, and so it was like a soft biscotti, and so it was actually really good and almost like melt in your mouth. And like a bunch of us tried a different thing, like eating them separately. We tried dipping it in the whipped cream. We tried dipping it in the chocolate. It was all good. So I regret to inform you, this is the one that I did not finish 100% of the meal, of the dish, but I was very close. And I'm like, you know what? Instead of risking like potential vomiting, I'm going to keep all the delicious food in my stomach, and I will just not eat this whole thing. So, but it was great. So anyway, that was the tasting menu at Provision, and thoroughly enjoyed it. It was delicious. The service. So here's the thing about the service here. And I can almost understand why like the cost is what they are. And here's the menu if anybody cares. But what they do is they give you a new glass of wine. They take all of your utensils and all of your dishes and give you new utensils and new dishes. So between the chefs creating all of these things in the back, the servers clearing your table of everything and then giving you everything back, the other nice thing was that we got to see the server a lot because the server would come back for every dish, and so it was like so we got to build a rapport. Even by the end of the night, I ended up showing the waitress a magic trick, and then one of the other waitresses saw me doing a magic trick, stopped, and then I showed her a different magic trick, and so I was like, it was like a wonderful evening just in general. So that was the tasting menu on Thursday. This was them cooking in the kitchen while I was walking by, like in between a couple of the courses. So you could basically see everything going on, and I'm like, wow, this is a production, like. And here was a not the table that we sat at, but another table that was super nice. There was only four of us. We got a regular table, so this is like it looks like it seats eight. This is the logo to the place, to Provision. So we couldn't figure out what it was. We asked the hostess at the hostess stand, and she was like, "I'm not exactly sure what it is, but she thinks that it's like two sheep." And so individualized magic tricks, personalized, I should say, says Obi-Wan. Yeah, that's right. And then that was Provision. Okay, cool. The following morning, okay, I'm gonna hop back up here. We're gonna tell a little bit of a story. All right, so looks like handcuffs. Yeah. Oh, it almost could be. Yeah, I could see that. So the first day of Gen Con was down. And then going into so that was Thursday. So going the second day of Gen Con was Friday. One of my friends, he wanted to get a specific game called Rock Hard. Rock Hard is based on rock and rollers trying to get started as, rock and roll bands back in the 1970s. And the place who was making it, they had sold out like within 10 minutes of the expo hall opening on Thursday in the expo hall. But my friend found out that there was a room that was outside of the expo hall but in the convention center that they would start selling the next day. They would get about 100 copies. And so they got 100 copies, presumably, but the room opened up at 8 a.m. The expo hall doesn't open until 10 a.m. And I was like, wow, that's a whole 2 hours. What the hell are we going to be doing for 2 hours? Well, we all agreed, based on a bunch of other circumstances, that we will all get up early, take the ride share in together. We had to pick up some tickets because we also had signed up for an escape room. And the escape room was happening later that day. But if we waited until later to get the tickets, we would have had to wait more time. But we arrived early. We got our escape room tickets and other tickets. My friend was able to go wait in the line. By the time he got into the line, there was probably like 90 people in front of him. It was a pretty long line. The good news was that there were potentially people looking for one of two different games, Rock Hard or Cities. And he didn't know like when it was going to run out or whatever. But by the time he was walking and saw the line, he was like, "Yeah, I'm probably I shouldn't be disappointed if I don't get one." And so the rest of us, we all went and looked for breakfast after that. So um, anyway, so we went to look for breakfast, and here's the place that we ended up settling on going to a place that had omelets. This was kind of a funny story because we walked out, we found a place that was like, this is in a hotel. One of the guys didn't want to go there, so we walked to a different place. That place was open, but wasn't really taking people. Like the wait was like 30 to 45 minutes, but the place looked like half deserted, and I'm like, why is there nobody here? Why are they not taking more people? Like there were plenty of seats, and we couldn't even sit at the bar. So I was like, okay, so forget that place. And then we finally walked back and we found this place. This was a wonderful place called Cafe Patachou. It's French, and they specialize in omelets. Like literally, a ton of their omelets were like, wow, here's a bunch of different specialty omelets. I got the specialty omelet for the day. It was like sausage, onion, tomato, something else, and all in an omelet. And it came with fruit and toast. And I was like, wow, I can't complain about that. So this was delicious. So Cafe Patachou. But anyway, while we were waiting to sit down, our friend was like, "Hey," like he texted us and he was like, "I think I'm gonna get one." And then we told him where we were. He came to the restaurant, was able to sit down like just shortly after we sat down, and he got the goods. He got both games, Rock Hard and Cities, or I think it was called Cities. And here was the story. So apparently, the two guys in front of him, one of the people came out of the room and said, "Hey, you guys probably are going to get the last copy of Rock Hard." And it was like literally right in front of him, like the two people in front of him. And then he said, and then somebody behind that person said, "Oh no, 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 we got like four more copies." And so it was enough to be like the one other person in front of him. He got the third last copy, and then the two people behind him got the last two copies for that day, for Friday. And so he basically, between all that rigmarole, doing the ride share early, getting our tickets, him standing in line, the rest of us finding breakfast, he joined up with us at breakfast, basically didn't skip a beat, and we were all able to be like, "Yo, we won that little quest together," because he got his games. And we enjoyed breakfast at Patachou. So there we go. That was breakfast at Patachou. Oh, another thing to mention while we are here was that there was a specific promo that was being given away, not given away. People had the right to purchase this promo for a game called Star Wars Unlimited. For those of you who don't know, Star Wars Unlimited, card game, relatively new. Only like the second to third expansions have been out for it or whatnot. But I had multiple friends looking for this, and also I kind of play. I mean, I don't really play enough, but I wanted to play it more. But they were very limited at GenCon, and here's what they were doing: at 9 o'clock every day, they would open up an event on the GenCon website to see if whoever could get one. They basically had one reserved. They just had to go to the booth, pay for it. This is not a cheap promo. It's $100 for 6 cards. Now, not only that, it was sold at previous conventions for $300, and people paid that. So $100, it seems like a no-brainer for a lot of people. So I was trying to find a copy for me and slash or my friend. I enlisted another friend of mine to try and get a second copy. The first day, on the Thursday, the the Gen Con website crashed at like 9. Like basically as soon as it opened, the site crashed. By the time we were able to get back on at 9:16, they were sold out for that day. I later found out that they would clear throughout the day if people didn't come to pick them up. But I think people were just hunting it like so badly that I mean I didn't know that until later, so I didn't end up checking. But it was sold out the first day. Second day, I almost forgot to check at 9 on the dot, so it was like 12 minutes later, 9:12, sold out. And then on the third day, we slept in, so there was no way I was getting it. I did check, and it was sold out. So I was like, all right, it was not meant to be. We could not get these Star Wars Unlimited promos. So yeah, that was one of the things. All right, okay, let's jump back to food for a second. Okay, so this was now Friday, and we spent a bunch of time throughout the expo hall. We'll talk about that when I go through some of my other pictures and the and an escape room. But after all of that was over, so here I am. I'm trying to coordinate a bunch of people on three different messaging apps. So I'm using Signal, I'm using Discord, I'm using Facebook Messenger, and being like, "Hey guys, I'm going to be going to dinner and meeting up with a friend who's not going to GenCon." And I was telling everybody, including eRoom, like, "Hey, I'm going to be here at this time. If you want to come hang out, come hang out." So eRoom couldn't make it, but I was meeting one of my friends from college, and we were going to go to a place called was it Kilroy's, but no standing room. Uh, it was like elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder, and it was crowded. There's no way we are gonna be able to eat. Literally a block down the street, we found a place called Brothers Bar and Grill, where we got super lucky. Just as we were walking in, we had a party of 7. It was me and my 3 friends that I've been hanging around with and traveling to the convention with. Um, 2 other friends who I knew from town that were going separately, and then my one friend that lives in Indy that I haven't seen basically since college ended, or shortly after college ended. So he was an old buddy of mine, and we met up, and we happened to snag a table just as another big group was walking away. And there weren't any rules, and there weren't like any other big parties in front of us. So we were like, "All right, snipe that table. Let's take it." So we took the table. So Brothers Bar and Grill. Good news. The food was good. Everybody else got their food on time, but me and the other guy, basically anybody who ordered burgers at the table, had an extra long delay. There was a little snafu with ordering with the burgers. So I'm not gonna hold it against them. It was super busy, but it was like the one thing. If they just gave it to us on time, would have been perfect. But anyway, so that was Friday evening, and that was fun. Then we went back and played board games at the hotel. Then this was Saturday dinner. We basically dispensed with breakfast on Saturday because we were like, all right, let's just go to the convention center. Actually, no, everybody else had breakfast at the breakfast buffet. I spent the time because I wasn't able to get my wife and daughter on the phone. So instead of having breakfast, I basically was on a video call with them. But we basically spent the rest of the day at the convention center, at the expo hall. Then for dinner, we came to this place, which is like a tradition that I always like to go to, called Pearl Street Pizzeria. They specialize in pizza. I didn't order this, but 2 of the other guys at the in my party did. This is one gigantic stuffed meatball, and it's served with bread, and that sauce looks amazing. It smelled great. I didn't taste it, but like they said, it was delicious. So we got this, and we basically just split 2 large pizzas. And when you get like large pizzas, you can do half and half. So we got 4 different flavors. I forgot exactly which ones we got, but we got we got a supreme, we got a pear and cheese and pear. And then we got a spicy one, and I forgot what the other one was. But anyway, so these were the pizzas that we got at the pizza place, and this was like the last meal at the convention center. The next day, we were going to be driving back, and one of the rituals driving back. Oh yeah, the other reason why I like this Pearl Street Pizza place is because every single time I've been there, it has not been a hassle to get a seat. It's I don't want to call it a hole in the wall because when you go inside, it doesn't really look like a hole in the wall, but from the outside, it is quite literally a hole in the wall because you would never know that this restaurant is here unless you walked down this really narrow alleyway and the entrance is in this alleyway. And so I'm like, man, this is like one of the perfect places where if you're around and you need a place to eat, usually you can find a place to sit in this place at Pearl Street. But I was happy to see that this place didn't get shut down. So sorry, Rip Mikado, but I'm glad that Pearl Street's still here. All right, so on the car ride back, we decided to stop in Columbus, Ohio, not because there's anything special in Columbus, Ohio. I'm sorry, Skibbity Toilet, Ohio. But um, this place is known for some of the best burgers in Ohio. And if you like big, thick steak burgers, this is the place to go. The burgers are tall. And I've been here most of the years that we're coming back from Gen Con because it's like a nice like lunchtime stop. But so this was a fries that we split at the table, but it was like mixed with it's like a blue cheese, teriyaki, and buffalo sauce on all of these fries, and it was delicious. You would not think that like buffalo sauce mixes with teriyaki very well. It is amazing. Try it. Oh yeah, so this place is called Thurman Cafe. If it wasn't clear, the Thurman Cafe. So, and then I got this burger, this blue cheeseburger. So yeah, it's like this thick. It's pretty tall. And this is just a single burger. You could get a double. It's super tall. It's massive. If you look up burgers for this place, the Thurman Cafe, you will see massive, massive burgers. And they cook to order as well. So if you cut it open, they have a lot of space to play with. And so here's what it looks like cut in half. I got mine medium. Looks pretty medium. So there's still a little bit of pink there, but it's pink. It's not red. It's not bleeding. I actually think everybody at the table got medium except for one guy. I think one guy at the table got medium rare, but otherwise, yeah, super good, super satisfying. Um, and then I bought a afterwards because there's this brewery in Ohio that my friend and I like, and they have usually dark beers. Called the brewery is called Jackie O's. We don't know where the brewery is. We haven't been able to go to the brewery, but we're trying to stop at like beer stores and wine stores to try and find stuff from Jackie O's. We did stop at a place. Unfortunately, they did not have any dark beers that were Jackie O beers. They had some light beers like IPAs and things, and we're like, that's not what we're looking for Jackie O's for. But I was like, well, instead of leaving empty-handed, I decided to buy a couple of bottles of wine um, for my wife, and so these bottles of wine, and that's my that's my dining room table. So I bought these for my wife. All right, cool. So that was basically all of the food on the trip. Okay, coming back up here. All right, now let me take a swig. Okay, let's hop back to Friday for a second because thank you kindly for the applause, E Room. So let's jump back to Friday for a second. So Friday, what we do is we end up so after breakfast, we go play in the hot games room. So the hot games room is basically a gigantic room, tons of tables, lots of board games that are all like the considered hot games of the con. And if you just so it costs some tickets. So like generic tickets are $2. Tickets for this was $4. So like two generic tickets to get in, and it would get you 2 hours in the room to just play whatever games are available. And there's like this library where you can just kind of check it out, and then you can play with your friends. Um, we're really good at learning how to play board games. We didn't need anybody, but also we chose a couple of games that one person at least has heard of before. But one game we played called Metro Runner. Great game. I'm going to talk more about it when I go through all the board game pictures. Second one we played that we didn't finish was called Harvest. Um, Also one of the games of the con, which I think like topped out. It was definitely in the top 10, I think, of Gen Con 2024. So, but we'll talk more about those later. But the reason why I mentioned this now is because we had to leave and cut Harvest short to go to our escape room event. So the escape room event, I had been looking for escape rooms to do as with my friends because we were like, man, escape rooms are probably going to be pretty baller at Gen Con. So I was like, we gotta go find one. When I was looking for them, all of like the cheap escape rooms in the convention center were already done. So like $12 ones sold out, $18 ones sold out. There's actually a escape room company about a block and a half away from the convention center that was officially holding Gen Con events. And sure, the tickets were a little bit pricey, so I think these were like $38 tickets for an escape room. But uh, professional. Everything was like fully immersive, and it was great. So let me show you. Now, I don't have too many pictures of the escape room because you're not supposed to take pictures inside the escape room. But let me just show you. So the one that we did was called the bank heist. And the bank heist was themed as such. You are trying to break into a 1920s bank and steal all the gold bars and then GTFO before the hour time limit is up. This one could host up to 10 people. We took up 4 slots because me and my crew, and then 3 other people, another crew. And so all 7 of us were in there. This particular escape room was lights off. There were flashlights for everybody. And so we all grabbed flashlights, started looking around the room. There were things to check, like in coat pockets. There were 2 locked doors in our initial starting room. There was like a teller cage, like that you might see with like bars, um, from like the 1920s. And we ended up being able to find one of the keys to one of the doors. Opened that up. That actually led to another room. In that other room, we started slowly finding clues. Like there was an ink pad with like stamps. When we would find a block stamp, it didn't put all of the letters on it that we needed. It only put like, some of them. We ended up finding 4 block stamps where if we put them and lined them all up, it would reveal the message in a combination. There was a bookcase. This was cool. When you found something on the bookcase that opened up the bookcase into another secret room, and I was like, "Whoa!" And in that room, there was like a poker table with like poker chips and cards, and a piano, and that was another puzzle in and of itself. There was actually 2 poker chip puzzles, one for deciphering like a bigger message, and there were 2 safes, one in the secret room with the piano, and then one in that other room, and we didn't know how to find it. But they were old style safes. I would say if I did not know about lockpicking and safe cracking, now the thing is I don't really know how to crack safes, but I listened to some like how old safes behave on like some of my lockpicking like things that I've come across, and I was like, okay. So other people who tried the safes, they couldn't really open the safes, and they were not intuitive. They're combination safes, but like you actually start not by going to the right, but like going to the left, and that resets everything. And it's not 3 numbers; it'd be 4 numbers, and so you go back and forth, go back and forth. But then after you input the combination completely, you would actually have to turn the dial clockwise until it stopped. And then when it stopped, you would then know that that is where, if everything lines up, that's when the safe was good to open. And so that was the tricky part for anybody who wasn't aware of like opening those safes. The instructions were very clear in the rooms, but I think I might have been the only person out of the 7 that has even come across that kind of safe before, or like that unlocking combination. So we ended up getting everything open. So a lot of good progress in the first 20 minutes. We had an hour for the whole thing. Then we got stuck. We got stuck because we didn't find a clue, and a bunch of us didn't organically come by a clue. We were able to use one of 3 hints, but we did not choose to use it. But I think the people who were watching us threw us a bone, and they were like, "Oh yeah, they won't get this in time unless they know." Hey, and they told us over the intercom, "All right, here's one of the clues." So they told us where to find the next thing, and as soon as they told us one thing, we were like, "Oh, pull out all of the." So the desk that was in that second room had like things hidden like inside of it, or like you pull out the desk part, and then there was actually a combination piece underneath all of those. So on all of those, we lined that up. We got a combination for one of the safes, opened a safe, got more clues, got more things, and then we found enough for the other safe, opened that up, and it was like told us where the key for the other door was, and we were like, and I tried to think of this before. There were some canes that we could reach into the other room. We didn't have to. The key was literally on the inside ledge, like right on the sill on the other side. So we just slide our hand through the bars and just grab the key. And I was like, okay. Luckily, we didn't knock it over because I don't know what we would have done had we knocked those keys down. But anyway, so we were able to open the door to the safe, to the final safe. And in here, there was like safety deposit boxes, and there was like another combination hunt, and there was like a bunch of math to do. like adding up a bunch of years to people's like account numbers and things like that. And I was like, oh man. And I tried to do the math once and I messed up the math. And I shouldn't have, but I mean, I didn't do the adding wrong, but I was adding too many numbers. So anyway, they just left me to do the safe. But here's the thing: we were down to like the last 90 seconds, and we did not fully have the combination to the last save. So last 90 seconds, I was like, all right, what instructions do we have? Okay, so I just started putting in the combination. We had the first number. Then we had the third and the fourth number. We did not have the second number. So I was sitting here waiting for the second number. Somebody else was doing the math now that I had messed it up. And they did the math. And they were like, okay, this is the second number. Okay, I'm just going to do it. Second number, third number, fourth number. We're down to like, I think we were down to like 30 seconds probably left on the clock as I was dialing in all of these. And then I got to the last number, and then I tried to open it and it didn't open. And I was like, oh no. Certainly, we don't have enough time to try the combination again. But then I remembered, wait, this is an old style safe. So I just turned it clockwise, just slowly, but kind of quickly, until I felt it, like, stop. And then as soon as I did, I pulled on the safe lever, and it opens. And inside, all of these gold bars and a key. And we know what that key was. The key was to the front door. And I was like, guys, here's the key. Take it. Run to the front. Open the front door. And as soon as the front door opened, the clock stopped. We had made it out. Guess how much time was left on the clock? This is super epic. Guess how much time was left on the clock? Any guesses? I took a picture of how much time was left on the clock. Gibson Lens guesses 1 second. Chan the Magic Man guesses 1 second. Well, gentlemen, I'm glad I didn't bet money on this, but because I would have lost. Because there was 1 freaking second left on the clock when the door opened. 1 second. I broke the rules of this place because they were like, no pictures in there. But I'm like, you know what? I'm not taking a picture of anything in the room. I'm taking a picture of the clock. And everybody knows that there's a clock. There is 1 second left when the door opens. And we were like, yo! Oh my god. So, cost aside, experience aside, you could not pay for a better experience in an escape room. Literally being able to make it out the last second before you're able to make it out. And I was like, oh. And we were talking about this for the rest, like basically the rest of the week. Like even after like this was over, we talked about it the next day. We talked about a car ride. We talked about it over like a chat. Like just, man, that escape room, like mind blowing. It was so amazing. 1 second left on the clock. And that was insanity. And so we did get a chance to take our victory picture. Victory picture. There it is. There I am. My crew is these guys, and then these 3 were part of another crew. So, but anyway, that, my friends, was the bank heist at the escape room in Indianapolis. So, it was, shall I say, glorious. It was amazing. Whew. Okay, I have to take a breath. If you guys have been sitting for a bit and you have not taken a swig of something to hydrate with, please hydrate. Okay, alright, let's see here. So I have shown a bunch of pictures about food. We talked about the escape room. Now for the real fun stuff, the selfies. Alright, I've got 2 sets of selfies. We'll go through the set of selfies where it is just me and people and my friends. And then we'll go through the set of selfies that I took where it was me after I performed magic for some people. Chances. That was intense. Yo, you know what? I know. I was able to live it, but I felt all the excitement rush back in. I was just telling that story of the escape room. The escape room was amazing. That was definitely one of the top so between like the tasting menu at that restaurant and like doing the escape room, two of the strongest highlights of the entire trip. And I was like, ah, feels so good. Those will be memorable for the rest of my life. Like never again. Like if I even ever get out of an escape room with 1 second ever again, it'll be like, man, doing it a second time super cool. Wasn't as awesome as the first time you did it, right? Like it will never be the same. Or if I was just 1 second slower, we wouldn't have gotten out. Or if I was a few seconds slower or faster, then it's like we had plenty of time, 8 seconds or something. That's bet it was yeah the escape room so worth it. That was such a fun time. Yeah, we did a great job solving the puzzles though. Everybody did a great job solving the puzzles. I think everybody did something pivotal during a puzzle in that group. So all right, okay. Showing and telling. So here is my general selfies and slash or pictures of friends. Here is me at a rest stop. I think this is like between the state lines of, I forgot if this was between New York and Pennsylvania or Pennsylvania and Ohio. It was in between one of those state lines. And this was at a rest stop. There was a vineyard in the back. And so I was like, all right, let me take a picture because, vineyard in the back. I like wine. This was me and my crew at the Arby's that I had previously mentioned. So we chose the Arby's instead of the Buffalo Wild Wings. We just got lunch. And then we went back on the road. So it was basically almost like 8.5 full hours on the road, just except for that. Here's me and a selfie with the statues in front of the Indianapolis Convention Center. You might recognize some of these things because I would take the picture of the thing and then get a selfie with it. So and I did something funny. I put out my hand. It looks like I'm holding their hands. Isn't that so cute? That's so cute, right? Like, here's me and a yellow inflatable gummy bear. Ta-da! I don't know what's so special about this. I didn't even really understand if this was a game or if this was something else, but it's just something random I saw in the gameplay area. Here's me and the skeleton. I'm tickling its rib. That was the intention of the picture, and I think it looks like I'm tickling a rib. So, there we go. Here I am getting... yes, thanks for the lol, chat. Here was me getting a selfie with one of the statues at Renegade Games. Funny story about Renegade Games. So, I think the next one is also a selfie with Renegade. So, nope, okay. So, funny story about Renegade Games. I was actually getting this selfie first, and then one of the girls that worked at the Renegade Games booth was like, "Oh, hey, can I take a selfie for our social media?" I hummed and hawed about it for about 8 seconds, and then I was like, "Okay." And after that, I was like, "Hey, do you have a minute?" And she was like, "Oh yeah, sure." I pulled out the deck of cards, and I was like, "Hey, go ahead and pull out a card." And then I showed her a trick. Pretty much a large majority of the tricks that I showed were basically ambitious card routine, twisting the aces or twisting the whatever. I did do 2-card Monty, and then there was one point where I got to sit down. I'll talk about that point later, but I did some more tricks. But for the most part, for the walk around, I basically just did those 3. So highly successful. So I think I showed her ambitious card. And not the statue, but the girl that worked here. We'll get to the magic selfies in a little bit. But I found out later that she was like the marketing PR person for Renegade Games. So she featured the selfie that we got of me and her with the playing card. And in the caption, and she posted this on Facebook, and it was like, "Hey, this guy came over and showed me a crazy magic trick." And I was like, "Hey, guy." It was funny. I literally got a text about 20 minutes later from my friend that follows Renegade Studios and was like, "I just saw this on Facebook," and she sent me that picture of me, posing with the marketing girl with the card, and it was like, and I'm like, "Yeah, I just showed her a magic trick," and I was like, "That was good." I think I saw it on IG. Yeah, I know. It was also on Instagram, I think. But I was like, "Oh man, it was so wild. It was so crazy." Like, let's see. Oh yeah, selfie with the bear. Selfie with a statue. This was, if anybody's familiar with the game like Boss Monster, I think it was the same studio that made Boss Monster, and they've had a couple of other iterations of like Boss Monster type games. But if you've never played Boss Monster before, old game, but it's like it's think of it as like a tower defense, right? And you are trying to get through like the Boss Monster dungeon, but actually you are creating the dungeon. I forget which game is it. It's creating the dungeon, and the heroes come running through, and so you are actually the boss monster. Anyway, fun game. Yeah, stylized like an 8-bit, deck building card game. I think I haven't played it in a long time. So, but anyway, this statue I think was from that. Here's me and I think that's a goblin. It might be a different little thing, but anyway, I was like, wait, there's a fun opportunity here. So I flipped the script and I jumped to the other side of him. I like this one too. This is funny. Let's see. Here's me in front of a card. Here's me in front next to Leonardo. So there's this board game called Unmatched, I think. And one of the big things that was released at or was announced or was kind of big at this Gen Con was that there was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Unmatched. And so this was advertising for that and I was like, "Wow, that's so cool." And so I was like, I'm going to get I'm going to get a selfie with Leonardo. Um the funny thing is that the selfie you look with the card was the Queen of Clubs? Oh yeah. We'll get to the magic selfies later. So yeah, we'll get there. But yeah. So here's me with the statues again. This was probably the next day because we were outside. Oh no. Oh, this is later. We were leaving the convention center, and then I took a picture with this lion statue as well. So this lion statue looked pretty detailed, and I was like, oh, cool. Like if we weren't in a hurry, basically, I was probably gonna sit on the lion. But anyway, so here's me and my crew at the at Provision, the fancy dinner place with the tasting menu. Here's me with the balloon sculptures. Here's me with that mech in the expo hall. Oh, I forgot. I should have put this. So here's my friend that lives in Indy. Um, I'm not gonna dox anybody, but my old college buddy, and I showed him I showed him a bunch of magic tricks at the table, and he was like, "What?" He was like, "WTF? Like, how did you do that?" Like, because I was doing it right in front of him. He had never really seen close-up magic before, and so I did a bunch of different tricks. I did oil and water, definitely ambitious. I did triumph, so yeah, he had a great time. Uh, and then here's the other people that I knew locally, and they. Oh, actually, you could tell if you see my shirt right now. This is the Ask Me About Magic Twitch. So this was like I wore the TwitchCon shirt out at Gen Con, and actually in the expo hall, I got a bunch of people asking me about it. A bunch. So I was like, yes. Some people took a picture of the QR code. So it's basically some free advertising for Twitch there for Magic Twitch. So here's a selfie with me and the Starfinder alien. Here's a selfie that I mentioned that I got with me and Mando. And then let's see. Here's me and one of the Ultraman character cutouts. So this was a cardboard cutout. Selfie with a Disney Lorcana card. So I like Disney Lorcana. I haven't played it enough. I would like to play more. I did not have time to play it during this trip. So my crew at the pizza place, and I was so this selfie isn't gonna make sense. So this is like in the corner of a little cafeteria area, but this was me trying to tell other people on Saturday night, like, hey guys, if anybody's around and still wants to hang out, I am here in the corner by this thing called Cardhalla, which we haven't even talked about yet. But and so I sent them this pic to be like, this is where I am. See where this pillar is? And so that's the one I sent out to the chat. And a bunch of people found me, so they were like, so clearly the picture worked. So we were sitting in this corner. We started playing a game, and then two people who were just sitting there decided to come over and start talking with us, and we ended up befriending them, and they sat down, and then they joined us in our game. Two people who I knew from previous Gen Cons, but I don't really keep touch with besides from Gen Con. They came and they sat down with us. So we had a table of 8 people. And here is everybody. Oh, and one other friend who used to play the same card game that we used to play with, that the 4 guys and I, the 3 guys and I played. We used to play Android Netrunner, and so the guy on the far left also used to play Android Netrunner with us. So once again, I don't want to use names because I don't want to dox anybody. So you guys know me. I'm Nam, and then these are other people I know. But if you happen to know them too, awesome. If you don't, that's okay. Friends of mine. So we were playing a game called Rings and Things. I'll explain that when we do board game pictures. Me with the balloons again. So I keep on getting like different angles with the balloons because man, some of these looked really good, really good. And so I was like, yeah. And then, oh, okay, funny thing. As soon as we got back to the hotel on Saturday night, we were basically planning. So Sunday is usually a short day. There isn't much going on. Also, we had families we wanted to get back to. So we were like, all right, let's not do anything on Sunday. So we basically decided, okay, let's just sleep a little bit. We'll pack the car and then we'll leave, and then we can all get home at kind of a decent time on Sunday. But I was like, okay, we got back on Saturday night. 2 of the guys were like, okay, we're just going to go to sleep, or we're just going to get ready to go to bed because they were tired. I was like, I'm not ready to go to sleep yet. One of my friends and I went to the bar. And then he was like, after the bar was closed, because they were only open until midnight, went back upstairs. I had a glass of wine. Wine doesn't affect me as much as beer, so wine was a safer choice. And I saw this table sitting in the lobby, and I was like, hey, you know what? They look friendly. Let me go sit down with them. So I ended up hanging out with them basically for the rest of the night, for like as long as they stayed up. I found out that they worked at Asmodee, like they worked at the company Asmodee, and they were doing like demo and stuff at Asmodee. And I ended up sitting down with them, showing them magic tricks. They asked me a lot of stuff. Like we basically dispensed with the whole, oh, we're board games. We were just gonna hang out, chat, and play. And I think they had a great time. I had a great time. So you can even see the cards on the table. So I took this selfie first because the guy who's standing up, he's leaving, and I was like, okay, let me get a selfie with all you guys. But I get another selfie later with the other 5 that remain, and they all signed one card. So that was really nice, and I showed them a ton of tricks. So, and then here we are at Thurman Burger, me and the crew. Basically our last hurrah, like on the way on the road trip back home, and thick burger. All right, cool. So, let me now hop back to magic selfies. So not that different from the last one, but I can talk a little bit about the magic selfies. When we open them up here. Okay. Oh, once again, if you haven't hydrated in a bit, please hydrate. Okay, all right. So, I don't know how many people are lurking here, but for anybody who doesn't know me, hi, my name is Nam, and I like to do sleight of hand card magic, and as part of Gen Con, I did a bunch of sleight of hand card magic. so, um, so let's begin here. Wait, let me just slide this picture over. Okay, there we go. All right, so this was waiting on Thursday with all the hordes of people that were trying to get in the expo hall the first day. And basically, we got to this point where I was stuck. I couldn't move anywhere. Like, it would basically be shoulder to shoulder. Like, anytime a path basically was formed because somebody had to move by, as soon as they passed, basically the gap filled up with other people. So, but anyway, I ended up getting stuck by these people. So there's these 2 people, and then the people in the next picture, these guys, and then, well, that's my buddy behind me. But uh, the guy on the right had like a baby, like and I think it was like baby's first Gen Con, and it was like an 8 month old or something, like in a stroller. And I was like, whoa, okay, perfect place to stop because we were able to. So I ended up doing some magic tricks for these guys, and they enjoyed it. They loved it. We were entertained basically until the doors opened and we all got to rush in. So that was a fun time. But yeah, man, this is wild. I saw so many like little kids, and I'm like in strollers. I'm like, oh man, that would be such like I would never want to bring a small child by myself to a Gen Con. I think if my wife would come, then we could maybe handle it. But my wife doesn't want to go to Gen Cons, so that's why I go with my guy friends. Um, so yeah, this was fun. This I went to the bicycle booth. All right, so funny story with the bicycle booth. So I went to the bicycle booth. I learned how to play a couple of their like card games. One of their card games was like I forgot what it was called exactly, but it was basically multiplayer solitaire with different decks of cards, and you could purchase a box with a bunch of different colored decks. And I'm like, well, if I don't play the game, I could totally use this for Magic. But then it was like, well, I don't want to buy it because it was basically a bunch of overpriced decks of cards. I could even get the specialized decks of cards for cheaper if I just bought them separately. Because they were just different colored backs. Like they were just basically different colored bicycle backs. But anyway, after that, I ended up showing them a bunch of Magic with their decks. So not only did they have the decks for that game, they had another game, and then they had premium decks. But the premium decks were not like on special sale or anything. And then I also asked about magician decks, and they didn't have any. But this girl on the left actually told me to come back another day, and they said that she would try and give me some stuff. Unfortunately, did go back the next couple of days. She wasn't there, and nobody else remembered me, or at least remembered that anybody said anything. So it was kind of a bust, but I was like, that's all right, no big deal. And then this was the guy that showed me how to play the multiplayer solitaire game. I mean, once I figured it out, I understood how to play. So, um, but yeah, so that was bicycle. This is a table where they were um, showing off the game Holotype, and it looked like my kind of game. So I like kind of worker placement. It also features like a publishing mechanic where you publish like your archaeological findings. And I'm like, yo, that's basically how science works. There's so few games that feature like a publishing mechanic, which I can only between this one and one other one, I can think of like one other game, which Alchemist's old game uses an app, but this game once you publish, I think it's just done. The other game that I know that has publishing, you can debunk stuff, and I'm like, yo, that's so real. But anyway, after they told me about the game, I was like, hey, you guys have a minute? Showed them a magic trick. They signed the King of Hearts, and if you look very closely on the King of Hearts, they signed it by drawing a mustache on the King of Hearts. So, but anyway, they liked it. It's pretty cool. Um, this guy, he was basically at the same booth, but just like a separate side of it. But he saw me doing magic, and I was like, okay, let me show him. So I showed them ambitious card. I showed him twisting the kings, and it was all good. And so yeah, and but holotype. So I was thinking about getting this game, and I tried to find this booth again later, and I couldn't find it again. But luckily, one of the other guys in my crew mentioned that, oh yeah, he bought holotype and all of its expansions. So I was like, oh, I didn't need to get it because honestly, the people that I would play these kinds of board games with, which I would tell to like regular lay people not being magicians, but like lay people who don't play advanced board games, is that I would basically only play these kinds of board games with that group. So it's like, all right, cool. If there's one amongst us, like we don't all need to own it. So, but yeah, so that game looked cool. Oh, this guy was a pirate from the game Scally Wager. So this was one of the first booths that I stopped by on Thursday morning, because they were playing game. It looked like Liar's Dice. It was basically Liar's Dice with like random cards where you could basically lose more dice or just gain like revive dice. And I was like, okay, that seems super fun. So super fun, casual version of Liar's Dice. And basically they offered me a pirate hat, so I ended up putting on the pirate hat and took it away. I came back, like walking past the booth later. This guy calls me out because technically he won the demo game over me, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you should have gotten a hat," but like just really like kidding like. And I'm like, all right, I know how to play this game. How about this? You give me a chance, one chance to fool you, and if I can fool you, I'll keep the hat. So of course I showed him a magic trick, and then he was fooled, so I got to keep the hat. Um, but it was super funny. So yeah, there was multiple callouts uh, to this to me on this particular day from this booth. But I think they liked me. They liked me. So, but that was fun. I did end up buying a copy of Scally Wager because super casual fun. One of the other guys in my group likes Liar's Dice, but hates the idea of this because Liar's Dice really is like a game of skill, and this adds like a random element. And I'm like, that's fine. I understand that, but like this opens it up to a lot of other people. Like, so. Oh, this is the Renegade Games girl that basically. So yeah, this is the Queen of Clubs. That's right, Chen. You called it out. So yeah, yeah. So she signed the Queen of Clubs, and I remember she said she wanted to choose a queen because she was feeling like a queen that morning. Not like that she normally feels like a queen, but it was just I think it was like the one that was closest to her because she was like, oh, I see a queen. I'm gonna pull it out. But she signed it, and then I did a trick for her, and then that whole like social media thing, and I was like, yeah, 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 that's cool. So it's so funny that my friend separately that was not going to Gen Con, that was not like, she knew I was going basically, and that was it. She saw the picture on their social media, and was like, hey, you were there. I'm like, yes, that's me. I just showed them a magic trick. It's so wild. It's so wild. And then at another booth, this is so I didn't show anybody at the Cosmos booth that I was doing Magic, but I was like, ooh, they have a playing card because they were advertising their new game, The Gang, which we'll talk about later. But I got to take a selfie of myself in the Queen of Hearts, and how is that not magical? Come on, that's so magical, right? Like, all right. Oh, okay. So I was walking down Nam of the Nam of Hearts. That's right. There should be an N right here. Just N right there. Nam of Hearts. All right. Okay, so this story was a little bit funny because I was walking down kind of a more secluded hallway. I don't want to say deserted because literally nowhere in the expo hall was deserted, but there happened to be nobody waiting at this particular booth. And as I was walking past, I think they just saw me glance over like at the table in general, which I'm kind of doing with like all the booths. But this guy, who is the artist for these figurines, like he custom designs and creates these figurines. He called me over and was like, "Hey," like I think he was, um, trying to advertise his wares to me, and I'm like, I didn't want to break the news to him, but I'm not the demographic for figurines because I can't store them anywhere. They're not like the best. As soon as I brought them into my house, I'm sure my kid wants to open them, so it's like they would lose any sort of collectible value. But I ended up chatting with them for a little bit. He talked about his stuff, and then I was like, there's nobody else here. Hey, you guys have a minute? You want to see something? And then I showed him the trick first, and then he was like, yo, 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 and this guy was working the booth on the other side. He called him over to do, and so I did a couple tricks for them, and they loved it. So that was a fun time. This was someone in a costume for a particular booth. I forgot when and where. It was near the Pathfinder, but it's not. This is not the game. Pathfinder does not have this thing in it. But yeah, she signed the Five of Diamonds, and this was, and she enjoyed, and she had a good time. She was near the goblin that I got a selfie with earlier. So, FYI, I had several bonus opportunities because I just was getting selfies with statues, and if I had not taken my selfie with statues, these people who worked the booths wouldn't have approached me and said, "Hey." So this was one of those opportunities. So just because of my nature, I like to take selfies, opens up other opportunities of my nature to show magic tricks, which was handy. So, and the fact that I'm not really shy about stuff. This guy, he actually, okay, this is one of the guys that saw my shirt. So he actually called me over first, and then it was like, "Would you like to know about, this world?" And then he mentioned, "It's a magical world. I see on your shirt, you're a man of magic." So this was the ask me about magic Twitch shirt, and so I told him about it, And then I showed him a couple of tricks, and then he wanted to take a picture of the QR code on the back, and I was like, "Yo, awesome, dude!" And then afterwards, he told me how to play his game, and I was like, "It's a cool game." The thing is, I can't buy every game, um, not just for the financial, but I don't have enough space to store everything, and then I wouldn't play everything. So it's kind of, but it was a cool game. It was like a card drafting and effect triggering game. So you draft the cards. They don't really go into a deck or anything. They go into like a little tableau, and then you resolve them from left to right. And you either like pay for this benefit to get a resource, or like for a triggered ability. We only played through 3 rounds for the demo, but like I think the full game is much longer. But it seemed like a pretty cool mechanic, and it might have gone pretty quick for like a group of experienced gamers. So this is one I would consider possibly revisiting. I think that they weren't available. I'm not sure if they were available here. But anyway, yeah. So there were a bunch of games that were released but unavailable because there were no physical copies, or pre-release will be available like later. And so anyway, but yeah, this was very fun interaction. He was also cosplaying the whole wizard the entire time, so like he did not really break character, even as I was showing him magic tricks, even as he was teaching me how to play. And I'm like, all right, dedication, props. All right, these guys looked like they were not having too many people visit them at this very moment, and because I was looking at the table behind them, they're all part of the same organization, but for Kess. But I was looking at Sonic Roll, which was being demoed on the table behind them, and they were standing in front of like other smaller games that didn't have anybody, and they were like, "Oh yeah, hey, you want to check out Sonic?" And I was like, "Oh hey, you have a minute? Show them a trick." And then they directed me to a guy that had Sonic demoing on the next table, and besides the table that was playing it, I ended up getting a copy of Sonic Roll. But actually, for anybody who's into video games, like 8-bit old school video games, they had a package of retro game board games. And I saw Sonic, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool. And then they had 2 other ones which had been released in the past, Contra and Mega Man. And so you could get the retro bundle, and you would save a bunch of money collectively if you got all 3. And I was like, of course I was a sucker, and I bought all 3. So I got Mega Man, Contra, and Sonic Roll. But just to explain Sonic really quick, you basically play as though you're Sonic, and you get past different parts of the level. If you get hit, you lose all your rings. And I'm like, yo, this is exactly what So you're basically playing through Sonic levels in the Sonic Roll board game, and I'm like, this is brilliant. Like it's. Okay, this is me at the hotel. So my crew and I were playing board games at the hotel after we arrived back each night. But this particular night, somebody put a heat map on the screen. Hold on. Oh no, it's on the other screen. Okay, have to get it later. Oh, okay, never mind. We'll just pretend I ate it. Anyway, so this was a guy that joined us. We were playing a game called Video Game Champions, which is funny because I just literally talked about video game board games. This is a different video game board game. Not, I mean, but then afterwards, I was like, "Hey, you want to see something?" Showed him a trick. He signed a card, and he was a cool dude. We actually ended up seeing him again later throughout the weekend because he was staying at our hotel, and he's a good board game player. He knows what he's doing, and he told us a story about how he was playing with another group, and he got frustrated because they were taking super long for their turns. But the game was actually less complicated, I think, than the game that we were playing, and we were being more brisk about our turns. So it's kind of funny. But anyway, of course, he chose to sign the Ace of Spades because somebody eventually does. So he was that somebody. Let's see. I showed her a trick. This is back in the expo hall the next day. It was funny because um, I didn't know what this game was, and she was like, her table was open, so I was like, oh, let me just figure out what this was. It was just a reskinned game of an old game, and I had played the original version of the game. The game is called Get Bit, but so you're basically playing a swimmer in shark-infested waters, and you're playing a card to see where you rank or you move, like in the line of how close you are to the shark. If you end up being the closest to the shark by the end of the round, you lose a limb because the shark bites it off. Um, and then basically, if you lose all your limbs, then you're out. But that's the premise of that card game. And then after I was like, oh, I know how to play. I played this before. We basically just finished out the game because I was like, okay, I know how to play. And then I was like, all right, hey, you have a minute? Showed her a magic trick. She enjoyed. She loved it. I mean, I think her reaction was one of the genuinely best reactions, like after the fact. I don't want to say the best because the best was my friend from college that we did in the restaurant. He was like, "WTF? What the hell? How are you doing all this? Do you guys know how he's doing it?" Like that's. But otherwise, I think she had one of the best reactions. Let's see. Oh, these guys. I was just walking past a booth, and uh, this guy on the right said, "Hey, how's your con going?" I think he just said something out to me because I was very close, but like just walking by. But I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's going pretty well." And we just started small talk, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm just taking a breather, you know." And it's like, nobody was here for like, I think it was like literally a minute before I joined. It's like, "Oh no, you're here now," and I'm like, "No, no, how about this? You guys want a break? Okay, here." And then I busted out the cards, of course, showed them some magic. Um, I actually stopped here because I was vaguely interested. Because if you see by his hand on the bottom, there's a game called Hamster Roll, and I don't necessarily want this game, but there was a sister game that was created around the same time, or at least was released or published by the same publisher, called Bombaleo, and I was looking for a copy of that. And it's a different game. They did not have it, and as far as they know, it has not been republished or anything. So I can't find like a copy of it that isn't like an old copy. So, but anyway, so that's actually what we ended up talking about, like board game wise. But otherwise, showed them some magic. They got a little bit of a break. They didn't have to advertise to me because they knew at that point what I was after, Bombaleo. And so yeah, we just had a nice chat after that. It's cool. Let's see. This guy, he once again, I was walking past the booth, and there wasn't much going on, but I was vaguely interested in the pins because if you take a look on the back right here, that pin basically looks like a big coin, and I'm like, ooh, is that something I could do magic with? He was not really. So you could buy one of those. It's super pricey though. It has a function of it, indicating like what your mood is or like what your character class is depending on your use, but you can use it for all sorts of things for advertising your color. But it's bigger and thicker and wider than a coin, and that top spins, so it's not like, so it could show red, green, yellow, blue. I think there's a couple other colors, but anyway, I did end up showing him a couple of tricks, and he let me spin the wheel without buying anything, and I got a pencil, and I basically did a pencil vanish as well in front of him because I don't normally carry like anything but a Sharpie, but I'm like, I can do this. He knows it's a legit pencil, so I was like, all right, because he just gave it to me, so that was fun. But yeah, he was advertising a bunch of like campaign adventures, and I don't really have time to do RPG campaigns or anything. But some of them were also parody campaigns, which could be really fun because those are like one shot and they're like super funny things. Um, so yeah, this was an entire group of people at like a booth, which it looked pretty busy. I happened to catch them, I think, at a very like a quiet time. It was like 40 seconds of quiet, and it was just like, "Hey guys, want to see some magic? Boom, magic!" And then there we go. I also think somebody at this booth might have taken the QR code picture as well. So that was cool. And then this table I stopped at because I was interested at the stuff on their table. So for anybody who's into collectible card games, like old collectible card games, there was both Doomtown and Seventh Sea on their table, and I'm like, what? So Doomtown is an old collectible card game that became a living card game that then died and now apparently has been revitalized as like this board game limited card game thing. And it's also one of the few card games in which the cards, Doomtown, has the pips and suits of a regular playing cards deck. I mean, you can construct your deck however you want, and I think you can make your deck like super cheaty, depending on how you build your deck. But like, I was like, oh man, okay. I liked the concept of the game, and I liked the game. I was not very good at it. Seventh Sea was a different game. I had starters for it way back in the day. I never really played the card game. I ended up playing another card game that was only one mechanic in that card game, Initial D card game. But they didn't know much about Seventh Sea, like the gameplay of that. So I was just like, all right, that's fine, no big deal. And then it was kind of quiet by their booth too. So I was like, hey, you guys have a minute? Showed them some magic. They were floored. They really I could tell that they genuinely enjoyed. But they knew also after I did the first trick, it was like, man, that was wonderful sleight of hand. Like this guy, he had seen sleight of hand before, and he was like, man, that. And I got great compliments. I was like, okay, so felt good, felt good. These guys, I kind of snagged them because they looked like they were busy, and this guy was on his way out. But I was like, hey, you guys have a minute, and then I was able to show them a trick. But they were at the booth advertising software, not really to play games, but to teach people how to play games. So I think it was like Dize, Dize, was the booth that this guy on the right was working. I think this guy was working a different booth, but actually somehow knew him or was friends with him or just stopping by to chat or whatever. But yeah, so it seems kind of interesting because I have done YouTube tutorials to teach people how to play games on the past, and I was like, oh, could I make these? I saw a couple and I was like, oh, okay, it's just set up and it's kind of bland. It wouldn't be my thing. I couldn't really put my personality in it. So, but they were looking for content creators to make the tutorials for this app, for this software. So it seems interesting. But anyway, hopefully, like the one thing that I lament about apps like this is because like it walks you through setup, it walks you through like how to do a turn, but like at like how I'm playing a game, I kind of want to understand everything before I make some decisions because like some of the games where if you make decisions early that then really affects like your end game play, like you want to know about that up front. So maybe for a lot of other people, this software could be pretty good, or for certain types of games. But there are some games in which I don't think this would be the best way to teach how to play a game. But that's not criticizing the software. I totally think that there's a time and a place for this kind of software. And not everybody wants to read through an instruction booklet anymore. I mean, I myself, I don't want to read through an instruction booklet most of the time. So, um, this guy, he was advertising, well, he was showing a demo. The creator was actually playing a game with a bunch of people, but it's a game kind of like Dominion, kind of like Ascension. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Um, and it was kind of interesting because it was a card game, competitive deck building card game, where you had some resources of like money to buy cards, but you couldn't buy just anything that was available on the table because there was a positional aspect. You're basically in a quadrant of the table or a specific position on the table, and conceptually you're not fighting the other players. Everybody in the city is fighting a dragon that's in the center, but the way that you kind of interact with others is that if you want to screw that player, you make the dragon fight them, or you give them like a handicap against the dragon or something. And besides, like money to buy cards, you had movement, so you can move to different spaces on the board. You could only purchase cards from the factions that are in those quadrants if you were on a node that let you gain access to it. So if you were like only in this one quadrant, you can only buy this quadrant's cards. If you were on like the edge of the quadrant, you could buy like the cards that were like near the edge, but maybe potentially in two different quadrants. And each quadrant was like a faction. I forgot if it was quadrants or maybe it was like 5 sections. No, it was 5 sections. Sorry. And with the 5 sections, you could like you could move around. It was just I don't know. It was super interesting. But I was talking with him, and the funniest thing was that I did not like Ascension for a couple of specific gameplay mechanic reasons. and he called out that the designer designed this game to fix those things. And as I saw the demo being played out, I was like, I understand how this could have fixed those things. And I'm like, dude, props. That is awesome. And so it was super cool. Oh yeah, and here's me doing magic for that table that I approached at the very end, the Asmodee table, and they all signed this four of hearts, and we got a selfie at the end. So yeah, I think I hung out with them for like an hour and 15 minutes or so. So it was pretty decent amount of time. Oh, and then this. Okay, so we were coming back from Gen Con. We stopped in Columbus, Ohio to have Thurman Burger. When we arrived, there was a half an hour wait for the table. And we were like, okay, well, we are here specifically for this. We left Gen Con early. We did not need to go do anything else. We were just going to wait the half an hour. This party was just here right before us, and I sat down right next to them. And, they were chatting. And then as soon as they stopped, I was like, okay, well, I got some more time to kill. Pull out the cards. Hey, you guys want to see something? And did some magic for these guys. And so, funny story, they were not local to here. They were like from an hour to an hour and a half away from this restaurant. Specifically, I guess, coming to visit this restaurant as well. And so I was like, that was so happenstance. Showed them some tricks. They were floored. It was awesome. Had a good time. Okay. Woo! All right. I know I did talk about some board gamey stuff there and this was just magic selfies. So, thank you kindly for the applause, Chan. All right. Let's see. I don't know how long I've been going, but I cannot stop because I have to finish out the talk about the entire trip. And so, and I know I did talk a little bit. Thank you kindly for the claps, E-Room as well. Let's see. It would have been awesome if you had someone filmed your magic performance and put them on YouTube. I mean, it would have been awesome, but it would have just been a lot of repeat, like the same three tricks, as you guys know. Like doing a walk around, you don't do a lot of different tricks. You do a lot of the same few tricks but full disclosure, those same tricks, super polished for me. So I've been able to do a lot of those same tricks. Like, I almost messed up an ACR once, and I knew exactly how I had messed it up, so I was able to recover mid trick. It was amazing. Um, so that was wonderful. I got good practice on them, and I was able to recover on the fly in real life. I got to work on some angles. There was actually a couple, maybe 3 or 4 times actually, where they weren't right in front of me. They were spread out like here and here. And so there was one really bad part where I was doing bad angles, and it was like two people over here, two people over here. And I'm like, oh god! So I had to basically do this like 270-degree viewing arc and keep my angles very careful there. Otherwise, most other ones were pretty localized. So, but this one was extra tough. So, all right, cool. So, for anybody who is waiting, I did talk about some of the games during the last segment, but we're now going to get into all of the board game pictures, or pictures of advertised board games. So let me open up that. Besides ACR, what other tricks did you do? Oh yeah, ACR twisting the four things, 2 card Monty, and then for the sit down ones, I did a bunch of, I would say, Triumph, Oil and Water. I did use my predict card trick, so I did do basically it's a force, and then I would predict their card. I knew what it was. And then let's see what else. So yeah, I think predict card played really well because it was like, hey, I'm using this app. I did do one thing where it was like, hey, I'm gonna show you. I'll show you the app. I think you've seen me use it on stream before, but Chan, if you don't have this on your phone, get predict card. It's free in the app stores. But then I used this once, and then on one of those times, I was able to use both this and this hit. This hit. The 2%, I did it. It hit. I was like, yes! And like the time this hit, it was so strong. It was so strong. So strong. So yeah. Anyway, 2%. Keep a card in your phone case. Boom. It was amazing. Okay. All right. Here we go. Board game time. Starting with, oh yeah, so this is not the game, but this is that an Android? Yeah, yeah, I have an Android. I have a Pixel, so I'm on Android. So yeah, if you download, it's called Predict Card. That's the app name. Should be a free app. If it's asks you to pay for something, it's not the one. But yeah, here I'll put the name Predict Card. All right, cool. All right, Word Traveler. I took this ad and I was like, oh, that seems interesting. And I didn't really get to see it until later. So we'll wait until the actual pictures of the board later. But this was like a banner that I saw in the playroom. Scally Wagers. This is that game that I told you about when I was doing the magic trick for the captain about the pirate's hat. And this was like basically liar's dice, but with some luck. This is holotype. I did show these guys some magic, but yeah, this game looked good, and one of my other friends did purchase basically holotype and all of the expansions, so I didn't have to worry about it. This is a pickleball board game. I don't know how pickleball has become like a fad or a modern like cultural thing, but like pickleball is like everywhere in neighborhoods and stuff now. Where like, and I'm like, oh, is there a pickleball court there? Oh, yeah, it's there. So now here's a board game. I was not terribly interested in this, but I was just like, oh, that's cute. It's a pickleball court game. It's a pickleball board game, and actually the ball it looks like a pickle. This I was not really interested in this game, but I saw it being sold, and I'm like, I should just take this picture because I wanted to show it to one of my other friends who is way more political than I am. But it's a game called By Partisan. Yeah, Twitch taught me about pickleball. Yo, yeah, Twitch taught me about a bunch of things as well, and I would not be surprised if you did not know about pickleball before, that somebody might one day bring it up. So yeah, pickleball. But if you take a look, there's an expansion. It's a Democrats expansion, and seems, it wouldn't be a Republican expansion. Hold on, I just have to do this for myself. I was a little bit slow on the uptake there, but oh, I have my chat overlay over that. Whatever. Okay, no big deal. You guys heard it. Okay. Where were we? Oh, yes. Voltron Legendary Defender. I saw this banner, and they were actually demoing it directly below, but I was running somewhere during something, so I forgot why I couldn't stay. But, oh, no, maybe I was running to lunch. I think I was running to get a meal. I was like, when you're out in convention time and you get hungry, you gotta go. Oh, this is that. This is an advertisement for that game called Rock Hard, and so this was that game that my friend waited in line for. That got like the third last copy on the Friday. Um, but you apparently had a chance to also sing karaoke to win a copy of this that was also signed by Jackie Fox. Presumably, I forgot if it was the designer of the game or the original creator of the game. I forget. Um, but anyway, so yeah, I thought this was funny, and I took this, and I was like, okay, maybe kept it in the back of my mind because I like karaoke, but I ended up not needing to go. So this game, okay, so funny story. This game is interesting. I saw this. Oh yeah, so I saw this, and this was a bunch of cubes on top of this board. Now, there's pieces that are magnetic, and they will stick to these cubes. These are metal cubes. And I bought this because A, it looked so crazy and cool. Even if gameplay wasn't like that great, the novelty of just having it, and also because I have a 3-year-old, I think I could definitely convince my kid to play this in the next few years. But I talked with the designer. So this game is called Reality Shift, and the object is originally it was just a race. So you're trying to get your little racer, which basically looks like you're on a motorcycle, i.e. Tron, and you're basically moving across the cube. So if you take a look like on this cube, there's like multiple spaces. Each face of a cube is basically broken up into a 3x3 grid, and so like if I wanted to move from this bottom square here up, I could go 1, 2, 3, 4, and if I turn 5, so that'd be a 5 move sequence across 2 cubes. Yeah, all right, right, Chan. Look at the cubes. So anyway, the object of the game is you spawn on like this green circle, and then there's one face on one of the cubes with a red like square, and that's the exit or the finish line. So whoever gets to that first wins the game. And you move by playing cards from your hand, and the cards and rolling a die. So you roll the die, you have to move for the die, and then you can play a card from your hand. You can either move the number of spaces on the card, or the card will allow you to move one of the cubes. And so what'll happen is you could slide a cube off of a level, you can rotate one, and here's the fun part. If somebody is attached to a face and they get crushed, they have to respawn. And I was talking with the creators of this, and basically they were originally trying to theme this as like a Tron motorcycle game, but then they couldn't pay for the rights because they originally were designing it before the new Tron movie came out. But then the new Tron movie came out, and then the rights just like went up by like I don't know if it was double, but it almost seemed like the way they were talking about it. It was like it would have been double to just use the rights for Tron, and they were like, okay, well, we were designing this game. It was supposed to be for that. So they basically abandoned that whole IP and they just made it a generic thing because then they don't have to pay for the rights to use the Tron name anymore. And so that's where this game came from. And so it's called Reality Shift, and I did buy a copy of this. So one day I could pull it out. Probably not for Magic Stream, but if I ever did more board game stuff, um, it's kind of fun in concept, but the thing is, if you're playing this and other people are walking by, everybody's like, "Whoa, what game is this?" And they stop and I was like, "Okay, there's some potential here." So I got the deluxe edition of this game, so it was fun. And we did play it in the hotel, and we got like 3 people stop to look at the game in the hotel, and I was like, "All right, already worth it. I understand what it's for." Put it on my coffee table. I don't have a coffee table. Anyway, all right. Doomlings. I did not stop by the booth, but I did take this picture because I was like, oh, cool. I did kickstart Doomlings, and I did get the initial setup game. I didn't stop by here, but it seems like a fun game. I haven't even fully played a game of Doomlings with my friends yet, so. But it's basically a game where you're trying to do the best before the end of the world. So, as is a delightful card game for the end of the world, as it says. I don't remember what game this was, and I don't remember what it is. I assume it's like Treasure Hunter or something, but that could just be the advertisement, and the name of the game is something else. But these things look cute, and it's like I'm walking by a booth, I take a picture, so I don't even entirely know. This one's called Castle by the Sea, which is super interesting. I took a picture of this because I actually had watched the game. I was standing here watching them demo the game for like 2 minutes, and I was like, oh, that seems interesting. I wanted to at least get the title of the game, but the next picture is actually zoomed in on the game. So each of these squares, it's basically like Tableau building point salad, and you can use these blocks to help build a castle with like one caveat. Any cubes that you put on have to line up with another cube completely face to face. So you could just do it like on the table, or you can build it up. And I guess there might be some implications for some of that. I didn't get to know any more of the rules like of that, but like as you can see on the bottom right over here, there's like different shapes of cubes and maybe like cube ownership. So there's probably like common cubes, and then everybody has their own custom cubes or blocks that they can make like sandcastles with. So and I assume bigger sandcastles or more special sandcastles, more points or whatever. So, but this looked interesting. Oh, I have a bunch of friends that I used to play Final Fantasy TCG with. Unfortunately, there was like no Final Fantasy TCG representation at the con. But I also know that that group of friends plays Weiss Schwartz, and so I was walking past that booth, and they had a bunch of uh, cards on display in these as well. And so I took some pictures and I sent them to them, and they were like, "Yo, can you find me this one Weiss Schwartz card that's less than $400?" And I'm like, "I assume it's going to be some super crazy card, and I'm not familiar enough with Weiss to really understand. So I'm like, I'm not gonna try and find a promo that's like $500." This is a game called Gibberers. I did not stay long enough to fully understand, but my next picture zooms in on the board a little bit, and it looks as though they are potentially trying to contrive some Japanese characters and words and English characters and words. It might be a little bit vague, but this could be like an interesting game to introduce you to some Japanese if you were looking to learn some Japanese in like a fun game kind of way. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Like if I hold on, let me see. Can I zoom in? Yeah. So like zooming in here, naga and long. So this is the meaning, and I think on the other side of these tiles, it could be like the Japanese, either the Japanese word or something that leads to understanding that a little bit better. But if not, maybe it's not the visual Japanese. Maybe it's just verbally spoken Japanese. But in either case, I thought it was interesting and unique. And like that's a cool benefit if you learn something while playing a game. So I have respect for games like that. Star Trek Captain's Chair. All right, this game was not available at the con, but was available to demo. It is a deck building game similar to like other Star Trek deck building card games that I've played. One thing that's slightly different about this thematically, it does include captains and cards and from all of the different series. Thank you kindly for that transporter e-room. That is the most appropriate time for that. So yeah, you could pre-order it. I probably wasn't going to pre-order. I'll just wait until it releases. But it looks pretty cool if you are a Star Trek fan because. So here's the demo. I looked at all of the cards, and the guy who designed it, I talked with him for maybe about 7 minutes. He loves Star Trek. I love Star Trek. I think he loves Star Trek more than I love Star Trek. I like Star Trek a lot, but he was super into it. But I read through the rule booklets and I looked at the cards and iconography, and like there are things in there that you would not really know unless you're even just like a passing Star Trek fan. Like you have to at least slightly know and like Star Trek to appreciate the subtleties. Other Star Trek games might use like credits or some kind of premium currency that doesn't make sense. What's the money in this game? Latinum. Makes perfect sense. Oh, you have to do some movement in this game? Well, you gotta get yourself some dilithium crystals and antimatter. And I'm like, that is so thematic. And a bunch of the cards, they are like brilliant. Like they make a lot of sense. And I'm just like, this is like so Star Trek flavorful. Like so I saw this and I didn't realize it wasn't available. I was looking for it the second day, and I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna get a copy of this. And then I was like, oh, it's not available right now. I'm like, crap. All right, well, I guess I don't have to lug it around or carry it, but yeah. So I'm seriously considering getting this just because I want to support this guy and like WizKids and how like passionate this project is and like how I guess truthful it is to Star Trek. So, and I like deck building games. Like hell on my YouTube channel, I have Dominion strategy videos. So it's like this is like right up my alley. I have the other old Star Trek deck builder card game as well. I only played it with a couple people, but I thought that was good. This is I would say this is better. So, and I haven't even played this. Let's see. This is called Arthurian Knights. I just walked past this. It looked really cool. It looked really meaty. Like if you play advanced board games or like complex board games, this one looks like it has like a lot of things going on. It looks like there's a lot of options to a lot of like choices to make, a lot of agency. It seems like. But otherwise, I don't know anything else about it. I didn't stay for a demo. I didn't look too deeply into it. But I was like, looks cool. I'm gonna take a picture. I want to remember it. I'll check it out later, kind of thing. Oh, okay. So remember we saw a banner for Word Traveler. So this is the board for Word Traveler. So there's one of four boards, but they represent different cities. But if you've ever played the game Codenames, it almost feels like, and everybody is playing cooperatively. Each person gets to be the code master once, and you basically go through. The object is on your card when you're the spy master. You basically have certain circles that are worth 1 point. Squares that are worth 1 point or 2 points, and you're trying to guide everybody else to these specific squares, and if they land there, you'll either get 1 or 2 points. Um, During your turn, you have to lay down an arrow, and these arrows say first, second, third. You point it in a specific direction, and then you can apply up to 3 words below it that may indicate something about one of the objects that you're going to stop at. And so these cards are randomized, and they're different every time, and you have to basically creatively use them to be like, oh, okay, so maybe something is bland, something is expensive, something is, and so you're trying to guide the rest of the group to your specific squares to get the most points. And then everybody takes that turn, and then after you go through that, whoever has the most points wins. Sorry, if you all reach the same amount of points, you're trying to get the high score as a group. And I didn't read the instruction booklet. This feels more like, so like I would never play a full game of like Codenames to win. It's really like a for fun activity. This seems like that kind of activity. So the other thing is you can play it on Board Game Arena right now. So I'm gonna put this up here if anybody wants to check it out. Free on Board Game Arena. And I was like, oh man, there's like no reason not to try it out on BGA. And if it's good and you have people that you want to play it with, this seems like a great social party game. And because it's cooperative, it's not as competitive. You don't have to try to like beat each other up over it. So and it's a little bit subjective because of like the images on the board and like the cards that you get. And everybody knows you're limited by the cards that you get. So Word Traveler. I did not buy this, but I was like, okay, I'm definitely going to try and play it on BGA, probably with some friends, and see how it goes. But if it goes well and I start hosting parties again down the road, I might pick up a copy of this. I don't know exactly what card game this is. This reminds me a lot of the old Neopets card game. This might actually just be the new look of the Neopets cards, because I remember that was going on. But this might be a different card game that's kind of like it. This is a screen. This is a picture of Suro. So I used to have a copy of this game, of the original game, and I know they've done reworks. And I don't like the original game because it ends in a kind of like a very. So if for people who don't know, the original game you have a dragon and it starts on the edge of the board, and when you place a tile, it'll build a path. You basically go to the end of the path, and if it's like if there's nothing there, but there could be a tile that's placed there, then you will move to the end of the line no matter what. If you fall off the board, you lose. You basically want to be the last one on the board. Now, this one looks like a completely different rendition, or they revamped it, but other versions make it more interesting, where it gives you a choice towards the end, where you might not immediately die. And the original version of Suro, I feel like, is very left to luck, depending. But in later games, like the one where it's like the sea serpents and the tiles get put back, I like that one better because at least it feels like you have agency before you lose. So it's a lot less agency with the original. So I ended up giving, I think I gave my copy away. But this one looks like it's different. So I don't know how this one's different. So I wanted to look into that. It's because I don't think this particular board goes with this box. That's the thing. So reminder to myself. Universes. So I haven't played this card game. I had heard of it, but there's a lot of card games in which it is something versus something else. Like if you think back in all of the past, like Overpower, team of heroes versus another team of heroes or villains. If you think like what was it? UFS. It was like a character versus another character from like fighting games, right? There was Fight Club that Decipher put out later. It was like this character versus that character. The Universes seems like one of those. They were having a deal where you could get these two for $90. And I know card game starters and things can be expensive. And I can never support all the ones I would ever want to play, but I don't have time to play all of them anymore. So, but this was something that I wanted to look into because I used to like games like that. Like, long story short, if I did not play the card game UFS, I probably would have never met my wife. And not that she ever played UFS, so that's a longer story. But, butterfly effect and all that. So I do have to attribute some some credit to to card games. This is a picture of a nice premium crokinole board. For anybody who does not know, crokinole is this game with this board. usually played by either two people or two teams of two, so four people. And you're basically flicking pucks. And I actually have a copy of this at home. One of my friends gave it to me and my wife as a wedding gift, and so right now it's sitting on our dining room wall. We don't play it much anymore, but we used to play more before we had kid, and now I'm hoping that we will play it a little bit more, like in the next couple of years, because I want my kid to know about it and play this pretty well. So I think of it as like shuffleboard plus cornhole scoring plus like carom because that's like a flicking board game. So this is Invincible, the hero building game. So you are creating a hero, and I just kind of stood by for a demo here, but it looks like you're building a hero with up to four different powers. You're only allowed one power of each color, and then the fourth slot could be like a duplicate of one of these. Um, but yeah, you build your hero. Your hero has different abilities to affect like these resource blocks or something on the board, and then I assume it's point salad by the end because I didn't stand around too long for this. But it looked kind of interesting. I don't know. It did not look like there was anything distinct enough different from other like kind of tableau-ish point salad games, but then again, as I said, I didn't really demo it very well. But there was some vague interest. I would go back and revisit if I was interested. Dune Imperium Uprising. So I did not play this here, but as I said, I played Dune Imperium the first night with my friends at the hotel room because one of them owned it and brought it. But they announced an expansion for Dune Imperium um, at GenCon. So yeah, for those of you who have not don't know anything about Dune, it's the one with the desert planet and the spice and the big sandworms. And here's the sandworms. And so yeah, but this one is I would say this one's a meaty, complex board game. Um, it's not too hard if you've played like other board games like this before. Like I was able to pick it up in like 20 minutes. And I don't think I embarrassed myself the first time playing. And the other guys they played a bunch before, but it's got a lot of good like decisions to make. It feels like, hey, if you're doing well, you're doing well. And if there's points in which it'll be very clear where it's like, oh, you're gonna get screwed by somebody or whatnot. But like, yeah, I like Dune Imperium as a board game. This is good. I think this also was maybe in one of the top games, but the game had been out for a while, so I mean, I don't know if that's a testament to like, how good it is. Tirnanog. This one has maybe one of the strangest names, but it's actually a pretty elegant like gameplay experience. I don't want to say like all of the design elements are perfect in this, but like it was kind of fast, snappy, and like it kind of feel like if hold on, do I have a screenshot or no? Okay, so this is a game. One of our friends bought it. We played it at the convention and then again at the hotel because it was like relatively short and quick, but you're trying to build a tableau of 15 cards, and each round you're basically drafting and playing three. But how you draft is kind of a unique like placement. So like if there's four people, let's say player one, two, three, four, and you kind of reserve slots in which you can take two cards. And but when you get to the end and the last person's placed their last like reserve thing, you go in reverse order to pick the card. So there's some strategy there. The cards that you play, you will kind of want to lay them down in a way to get the most points. And if people who've played things like Sudoku or like things like that, where you're like laying things in a very specific position, then like you'll like this game because the way that you play the cards will indicate to you how you get more points basically. The cards themselves might have abilities that affect the other cards also in and around them or just their card themselves or something like that or might affect an opponent. One of my favorite cards from this that I ended up basically picking every time I played this affected somebody else. So like, yeah, right. So it's pretty good. I have good respect for this game as like a nice short. Some people call this a filler game. I wouldn't call it a filler game. Like it's satisfying. Like this, I had to take a picture of this, and they did not. They were not selling this. So this is Corridor, for anybody who doesn't know, this Corridor is an older game. I even did a tutorial for Corridor on my YouTube channel, and actually, it has like over 100,000 views. I found out later that my video for teaching Corridor actually has was used in like college courses for getting kids to program like AI for Corridor. That's number one. Number two, it is my video is also being used on Board Game Arena to teach other people how to play Corridor. So I was like, "Yo, this is awesome!" So when I saw this, this is actually a Pac-Man version of Corridor, and I'm like, I have to own that, but they weren't selling it at the con. So as soon as I got home, I basically ordered it. So now I'm in possession of a Pac-Man Corridor game. You're famous. I mean, I'm not really that famous, and also people don't really know me like that, I guess, in any real respect. But I've not had anybody come up to me and say that. But when I mentioned Corridor to like a couple of computer science students once, they were like, "Hey, hey, I think I know where I've seen you before," and I was like, "Oh, it's very happenstance." Actually, while we're here, hold on. Let me take a break and let me just hop over to YouTube for a second. I just want to check. I just want to check how it's doing. Let's see, corridor tutorial. But yeah, this is like one of the few. Unfortunately, because I use some copyrighted music in it, it is not monetized, so I can't make any money of it. But it features me and my brother. Okay, all right, here it is. Hold on, let me just hop over to show and tell. Sorry, I named my scene show and tell. Actually, yeah, let me drop the link if anybody's curious about how to learn how to play this game. Here's the video link. Hold on, copy. All right, there you go. I'll post that in chat. Number one. Okay, so there's the corridor tutorial video. Now let's take a look at all the all important stats. Oh, hell. All right, I made this video 11 years ago. Oh, hold on, you can't see that. I made this video 11 years ago, 240K views. So I would say doing pretty good. I'm pretty proud of this. Yeah, so this is my brother. I've not mentioned him much. I did mention him a little bit, I guess, in the past, but he has his own channel. He's actually probably known in the if you are into speed running, you may have come across him as an Ori and the Blind Forest speedrunner. I was expecting a million views, uh, but I'm so sorry that I did not live up to your million views expectation. My apologies. So anyway, I did do a good job of table of contents and then not mentioned in the rules, but anyway. And then yeah, so that is my corridor tutorial video. All right, so back to Pac-Man corridor. So I'm like, oh, I have to get it. And the other thing is because I have an original, not original, but it's like a probably second printing version of Corridor. It's made out of wood and it's nice, but the problem is how they finished it. Some of the walls don't fit nicely into the board. And so the one thing that I kind of lament about this is that I think these are plastic, but you know, I'm like between the wood and the plastic, I'd rather have the wood, but if I have to have the plastic, then all right. I'm gonna have to have Corridor Pac-Man, okay? So there we have it. Also, don't mix this up for the other Pac-Man board game because there's another Pac-Man board game which is not Corridor, and that looks actually bad. So my apologies to the other board game that is Pac-Man, but this one, I know it's Corridor, I know it's good. The other one, probably not good. All right, this one I just took as a there's a store selling a bunch of these games, but I played Nidavellir on Board Game Arena, and this was a good game. I did not buy it here, but I asked a bunch of my other friends, and they hadn't even heard of it, so I was surprised because I thought it was bigger than it actually is. But you're basically tableau building with, I think, the cards on it are like dwarf characters. So took a picture of Summoner Wars. One of my friends, actually the friend that got me the Crokinole board for my wedding. He loves Summoner Wars, and so I took this picture, sent it to him, and was like, "Hey, I'm at Gen Con." He's like, "Yo, awesome! You should have fun." Oh, here's a picture of the Star Trek the code again. When I realized, oh no, they're not selling any copies, so I forgot I took a duplicate. But this one, I just saw a banner for it, and this was, I think, advertised in the Gen Con like walk around guide, but I did not have a chance to look into it. And it's called, so it's weird, Sandland Tactical Card Game Battle. But I was like, the reason why I was like would only consider this, and I think Gibson Lens would appreciate this. It's a game designed by Richard Garfield. So I was like, this is a game I want to look into because, for anybody who doesn't know, Richard Garfield, he made Magic the Gathering, big game famous. He also made what was it? I think Vampire the Masquerade was his. Also, he designed the original Netrunner. And so, yeah. So I was like, okay, well, I did not get a chance to check it out at the con, but I was like, I got to take a picture of this banner so I remember to check out Sandland Tactical Card Game by Richard Garfield. Oh, and Artifact, that's right. Artifact, that's just digital, right? That was only available digitally. That's not a physical one. Just double check. I'm pretty sure, right? So, yeah, yeah. That Richard Garfield for anybody. Yes, yes, that's right. Cool. Thanks for confirming. Um, let's see. Robo Rally. So for anyone who doesn't know, Robo Rally is considered a program movement game, and at pretty much every Gen Con I've been to, there's always been a gigantic Robo Rally. This one, it looks like it's advertising, Robo Rally Transformers, which just might be a reskin of the original Robo Rally. But what you do is you basically program each round like a robot to do a certain number of actions, and then when it comes to execute, everybody executes. And then what happens is that some people might have done something to the terrain or pushed and bumped you, and maybe your programmed movement is going to get messed up because now you are no longer where you thought you were. And here's what the gigantic version looks like right here. And the people who run this every year, super dedicated. I did this once, I think. No, I've done this twice. Once for my bachelor party and then one for Gen Con afterwards. But yeah, oh yeah, Robo Rally is a big one too. Yes, Robo Rally. This is also a gigantic version of Robo Rally. So for example, everybody is one of these robots. They give you these little phones where you then program your robot per turn. Then they execute the turn. If you are on like this conveyor belt right here, you'll follow the arrow movement once during each round. This blue repair square heals you. These gears will rotate in either the clockwise or counterclockwise direction. So if you told your robot to move forward 3 spaces, this could easily change which way you're facing, and stuff like that. So like at the end, you're trying to basically stand on it's like a capture the flag. So at the end of your turn, if you land on the flag, I think it's this, you get a point, and then each time you kill a robot, you get another point. And so, yeah. Really, the intent is territory control over the flag, but if you happen to kill your fellow opponents, you get points for that too. Super fun. I'd recommend everybody to play Robo Rally at least once or twice. So, Portals. This was not even a game that I think was being demoed. I saw this being sold at a booth, and I'm like, that looks interesting. Glanced at the back, saw that it was interesting. Don't know anything about it. And I was just like, have you hydrated lately? Thank you for the reminder. I will go ahead and hydrate now. I'm actually out of tea, so I'm going to crack open my water bottle. But capture the flag. Haven't heard that since middle school. Oh, yeah. Well, that's okay. I haven't heard capture the flag really ever in the context of actually capturing a flag, except elementary and middle school. But afterwards, every single time I heard about capture the flag, it's in reference to either video games or board games, and both way better than actual capture the flag. So anyway, Portals, yeah, I wanted to revisit this, so I took a picture of the box. I'm like, all right, hopefully I can find this again. So I should have enough information. I'm on BGG, so I should. BGG is Board Game Geek, if anybody doesn't know. It's probably like the de facto board game reference. If you have board game collections and you want to organize them, make a collection on a Board Game Geek. It is free to sign up. Like, but yeah, if you're wondering, great community on Board Game Geek. I don't like interact much with it, but like just reading comments and like if you have other friends, you can connect and you can see each other's collections and stuff like that. So boardgamegeek.com. Hashtag not sponsored. Hashtag I just legitimately like the website for board games. All right. Let's see here. Hold on. I can't scroll anymore. There we go. Okay. This one is Spy X Family. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, my keyboard's going slow again. All right. Spy X Family. I wasn't really interested in this game, but I was like, oh, this is cool. Let me take a picture because not only have I done a Spy X Family magic trick on stream because of Nala Tanuki, Lillian, um, but also I was just taking it just in case I wanted to show it off because I know that Hutch and people in his stream also like anime. So I was like, all right, let me just take this, show it off. Seems like an interesting card game, but I was not gonna buy it for the. I looked at the cards too, and I'm like, I don't know if this would really play well for doing magic either. So I'm like, all right, I can't justify it. So I did not buy it. I also don't know anything about really Spy X Family. Let's see. Eroom says, "Was there any Scrabble going on at Gen Con, or is it just fantasy gaming?" I mean, I wouldn't classify everything as fantasy gaming. Like a bunch of the games that I spoke about are like social games. Some of them are like deduction games. Some of them are card games. Some of them, like this one, is I wouldn't quite call it fantasy. It's sci-fi, but I would say yeah, no Scrabble. There was no classic chess, but there was actually a booth that was like advertising like create like four-player chess, which I think I took a picture of, and it'll be later in this folder. So, but anyway, okay. So I have to talk about Metro Runner. This I don't think was one of the top games of the con, like in other people's lists, but this was one of the top games I think in my list because it's super unique for one reason only. So you are playing a hacker in this game, and you're running around these districts, and you are getting different jobs and collecting different cubes, which are resources. And basically, each time you attempt to hack, which is this puzzle in the middle, this is like a sliding one of the sliding path puzzles. And this is super unique. I have not seen a game basically integrate like a sliding tile puzzle where you're trying to solve the puzzle to basically simulate some mechanic. In this case, it's hacking. So you can do a successful hack, and then you get prizes for doing the hack. But you're trying to get the most points, and if you do the most hack jobs or fulfill the most jobs, or get the most notoriety in hacking, or get the most, other things. It's like point salad at the end. But this sliding, the way that this is integrated into the game is super unique. So I really think this was like one of my favorite. This is probably one of my three favorite games of the con. So I used to play four-player chess in chess. Oh, in chess.com. Oh, like actual four-player chess or like Bug House? Because like four-player chess Bug House, that's just like regular chess on two boards. I'm talking about literally four players on one gigantic board. Well, I'll show you that later. All right. So yeah, Metro Runner, greatly recommend. I liked. We got this was the one of the games that we played in the Hot Games room. This was actually really good. One of my friends did buy this, so we have it for the group, and I would play this again. I would consider also purchasing this myself, knowing me. Harvest. This is a good game. You are playing a farmer, and we live in a world in which we're all like different animals. And you have a farm that you can build. You can cut down more trees on your board to make space on your farmland. You could build buildings, but it's a worker placement game, if anybody understands what worker placement is. And you place them in these circles or on these, ovals to basically lock in your action, and then nobody else can do that action for the round. And so you could buy things from the store, you can buy these things from the market, you can. So this one's interesting. So there's actual literal poop icons here because you're fertilizing. So you can fertilize a seed, you can basically water the seed, and then you can harvest the fruit or the crop. And so there's let me see if I can zoom in here. So there's wheat, strawberries, blueberries, and pumpkins, and they are worth different points at the end of the game. So that's basically Harvest in a nutshell. Farmville, lol. Yes, yeah. Basically, think of Farmville, but like in a board game. So yeah, this was surprisingly good. Not like one of my top, but it made a bunch of top lists, and I do like it. And I thought it was actually pretty good. So if you like worker placement with like a tableau board, I would consider that basically what this is. Heroescape. So I just wanted to take a picture of this because I think I have one Heroescape thing here, but I've never actually played it. But I think it's interesting. And this was just a banner, but I thought this picture was super cool. So that was it. Okay, Gnome Hollow was the board game that was related to the balloons, and so yeah, I just got this new Gen Con release. So it's brand new for the con. I think it made a bunch of top 10 lists. I did not get a chance to demo or play, so I actually don't know anything about this game at all. Just looking at it, looks like hex board. I don't know if it's territory control or if it's placement or if it's like tableau building or if it's worker placement. I don't know. It could be anything. So let's see. This one, oh, this one looked super cool. Sushi Boat is the name of the board game, and here's the sushi boat. And you guys heard me talking about earlier, like Mikado and Mount Fuji. So I mean, I'm into sushi, but there's actually been a string in the last like 5 years or so of a lot of like food-based games looking really good food-wise, and this is one. And actually, is the next one of those as well? Not this one. Hold on. All right, I have to come back to that. But there's a dim sum game later, and it looked really good. So, anyway, Sushi Boat. I don't know anything else besides this picture. I didn't get a chance to talk with the devs or anything, but it looked cool. I think I was walking by really fast because I had a target destination. I was like, "Cool, Sushi Boat. Take a picture. I'll come back later." This one's only murders in the building. So this one was another game that was not readily available, but looked interesting. Looks like a puzzle deduction game. Here's the board. And so, like, I was not demoing this game, but this guy was demoing this game for a couple other people. And I overheard basically, you're trying to determine who the murderer is, and there's one murderer in all of these rooms. But there's clues that get revealed. So, for example, like if the if you find out that the killer has a dog or something, then like all the ones that have like this bone is probably more suspect. Anybody who doesn't have a bone, you can eliminate. So it looks like it's like murder deduction, guess who kind of thing. Like it seems like with a board, maybe position matters. Actually, each one of these player markers is probably a different player. So yeah, that is only murders in the building. I was vaguely interested in it, so I might check it out later. But that's what I got from this. Sonic Roll. Okay, so this was that Sonic Roll. This was that game that I was talking about that I ended up buying. And so here is the board. And so you roll dice, and these dice correspond to your moves. So like for example, Sonic will have like jump and like roll, attack, and stuff like that, which corresponds to some number of dice and colors of dice. You roll them, and then whatever numbers roll up, you can place them on the little board. So like on this 4, you can only place a 4. This 6 has to be a blue 6 die. And that means you get past this part in the stage. You get past this part in the stage. If you happen to get hit or something, I forgot how you get hit. You lose all your rings, and if you lose all your rings and you get hit again, then you die and you have to start the stage over. But like this is how it shows that you make progress, and then like if you make it to the end of the stage, then you get to proceed to one of these things. Once you do one of these things, then this board flips over and becomes the stage boss, and you have to fight the boss. If you go into the bonus zone, here's the bonus zone on the bottom right. So you're trying to find matches of things, and you get a benefit if they match. It seemed like pretty cool. Like it, it won't be as fast paced as a Sonic video game, but it does seem like because I like the mechanic of rolling the dice based on your moves, and you could be a bunch of different characters. Different characters have different moves. So like Tails will behave differently than Sonic, will behave differently than Knuckles, and so on. I haven't even opened up my copy yet, so. But yeah, that's what sold me on that. This game was a cool game in concept. I didn't buy it because I didn't think it was worth buying, but it seems like a cool game in premise. So this game is called Lynx, and I have to confess that the girl who's demoing this game with me did not teach me how to play it properly. Didn't tell me everything I wanted to know, and that annoyed the heck out of me. And then I wanted to play a second time, and then somebody else joined in, and it's kind of an interesting. You're trying to get three in a row on up to a 4x4 board. Oh no, yeah. You're trying to get three in a row on a 4x4 board. You just have to get your color or your shape. But uh, what happens is on the backs of each one of these, there's a rock, paper, scissors symbol. And when you first play it, it's going to have one of these rock, paper, scissors symbols. You can play on top of another player's tile if your symbol beats their symbol to overwrite it, but only one time. Once it is overwritten, so there's only two layers, the bottom layer and the top layer, and only the top layer that's showing is the one that ever counts for your three in a row. And so, interesting premise. And these pieces are really nice. These were like big plastic pieces the size of coasters. But the actual game box was like small cardboard pieces that was much smaller. And I was like, okay, interesting game in premise. And I like abstract games, but I don't really like the components. But it almost seems like I could just make this game. I don't want to be offensive to it or anything, but like, cool game in premise, but I don't think I would pay for it kind of thing. Oh no, having to unlearn the wrong rules is the worst. Yeah, that's correct. I think when I approached, I don't know who she was demoing to, but like I think she underestimated my ability to play abstract games. I was basically able to infer what she was going to tell me before she told me, and then she was like, "Okay," like she took a step back. Okay, let me start over. And even when she started over, her rules explanation was still not clear. And I'm just like, come on. Like, she was hired to do this. Like, I assume that she's not with this company, I think, or she was a volunteer or something. But I don't want to offend her. And luckily, I don't have a picture of her face. And I didn't show her a magic trick. But, like, she could have done a much better job. All right. Anyway, that's that. My apologies to if this girl ever watches this. But anyway, I understand she was probably tired. It's probably late in the day. I mean, I get it. Okay. Oh, this is a picture of video game champions. So one of my friends from my crew bought this. We were playing this. This was on three tables in the hotel lobby. But this is such a cool, fun premise. So you are playing a kid in the 90s, and you are trying to beat as many video games to get the most prestige amongst your friends at school. And since you're not rich, you can't own all of your video games. So you have to either go to the rental store to rent a game with your parents. You have to beg your games to purchase you a game. You have to get tips for beating your games from video game magazines, and you have to balance that between appeasing your parents, like doing chores, doing homework, and stuff like that. And so it's a like fun theme, and it's actually very well executed as like a balance game. So it's a drafting game for these numbers. These numbers on these tiles, on these color tiles, will help you play the games. Each game you could either play a little bit up to like this symbol. So they're using like a mechanic to match cards like poker hands. So like this would be four cards of the same color. Um, and then like up here, if you see like A, B, so these are two cards of two different values. This would be three cards of the same value. So like 5, 5, 5. This one could be like 2, 3 or whatever. Or no, actually, yeah, they have to be consecutive for A, B, and stuff like that. And as you beat these video games, you would get some number of points. You can get some number of prestige. If you play a game but don't beat it, you get like a benefit of slightly getting better at that game, and it's easier to beat next time you play it. And so it was super thematic. And also, you have like a sheet that says passwords, and you can place these gems as you acquire them through the game to unlock other benefits. So it's kind of like keeping your passwords so you don't lose like your progress. I'm just like, this is so 90s nostalgic, but done in a very classy, elegant, board game, and so I really liked this game. This was probably one of my other top picks for the con, for my personal favorites. Yeah, E-Rooms is Blockbuster. Exactly. We were like, okay, yeah. Oh, you're gonna go to Blockbuster, and here's the thing: the Blockbuster only had one copy of the game, so if somebody else rented it that week, nobody else could play it because it was at that person's house. Like that's actually in the rules. So it's like, oh, you just rent that game? I was gonna beat that game this week, and it's just like and it matters for like it mattered a lot towards the end because you got extra bonuses, yeah, for like achievements for like beating three fighters or beating three RPGs or something, and it was like, and yeah, it was just this was so well done. Yeah, the achievements are down here, so it's this is beating. I think cats were platformers. These were RPGs. These were fighters and stuff like that. These were shooters. So yeah, yeah. So this was just all around thematically good game, well executed game, very classy, very well done. I would say I liked this game as well. Um, this is okay. Oh, here that game Tirnanog that I mentioned earlier. This box. Here's a in progress game. So here's the tableau board that you draft from. You place these markers to basically reserve that section of cards. So when it comes to purple player's turn, and these cards are available, they can either pick from this one that's the top one or the bottom one across everything. When it comes to orange turn, they can pick one from this side or this side. But as people pick up these cards, you may be left with one, not really a choice, just one card, or no choices if there's no cards touching any of your pieces. And so that was kind of a strategic thing. And then for your board, so the top row was basically you get to score the points in the upper left hand corner if that number didn't match anything in the column or the row. For the middle row, if you have a card larger number to the left, you would score that card. So this 5 will score because there's a number bigger to it to the left. But this 7 won't score because there's no card to the left. And then on the bottom, you basically get a number of points equal to the number of cards that match the mode of the most number. So for example, I have threes down here, so if there's three threes at the end, I'll get 10 points. If there's five threes in the whole row, which is all of the cards in the row, you get 20 points. So you want to make them all match. Okay, so that is Tir Nanog, but as I said, classy game. Sorry, this one's a quick game. It feels like it's got some good decisions. If you like, laying out all of these things in certain behaviors, that's a good thing. And it's drafting from the center. So. And then this is probably my other pick of the game for the con, which I don't know how much press it got. It might have been mentioned in some top lists, but I think it was hard to get because they might have sold out. But luckily, one of my friends got it. We played this at the hotel. This is called Mistwind. And this is a really strange world because you have flying whales that you power not by gas, by krill. And so, like, the fuel of this game was krill. And this had a unique mechanic where you're using these poker chips that have numbers on them to choose your actions. You only have 1 through 5, and each one only shows up once. But you have to place them each round on up to one of 4 different sides. That side, this side, top side, or bottom side. And they will affect, so like you can't do the 2 on all 4 sides. You can only do the 2 on one of them. And so that has resource contention there. Then on the board, you basically have to pay fuel every time you move one of your whale ships in the sky. But if you have outposts, then that's free fueling for your whales. You're going to pick up these goods or drop off these goods, and if you do, each whale can only hold one type of good. You'll get victory points. If you can create a path with your outposts and your whales, like Ticket to Ride style, you get points for that too. You get achievements, and you can only play this across 4 rounds. And we played this very suboptimally the first time, but we'll know better for next time. But a lot of meaty decisions, a lot of contention, resource contention, a lot of like conflicting, like, oh man, I have to do this versus that. But it feels very much like in your control, like you're making all the decisions. I would say very little luck. The luck that comes up is like the random cards that appear at the top and the bottom. and maybe your turn order, which you can affect because there's an action to take like first in a round. But otherwise, yeah, very good. I like this Mistwind. If I had to choose a game to get that I would like, it's either got to be Mistwind, Video Games Champion, or Metro Runner. I think those are my top three. Oh yeah, here's the box for Mistwind. Centurion back in the expo hall. So I stopped here because as I was walking past, somebody said, "Ooh, chess!" Like it's like chess, but I looked at it and it was like, "Oh, it reminded me of the Duke." And then I spied that there was a Duke box right here. I was like, "Oh, made by the exact same people." So for anybody who's into chess, this is basically played on a board that's 6 by 6. You have these tiles which have their movement directly on the tile, but after each time the tile moves, you flip it over, and on the other side is potentially a different move set. Usually it's different in some novel way. And the Centurion expansion or Centurion independent game that's kind of based on the Duke is that you can move things that are touching your main thing as a squad if you have like some leader icon on it. I think I took a picture. Oh yeah. So like here's like all the new stuff for Centurion versus versus the Duke. So uh, I like chess. This is like a crazy chess variant. I have all the expansions of the Duke, or at least I had them up until they might have released more. But this is very much like it. And if anybody likes chess but likes to think about it in a different way, this the Duke and Centurion seems like a different kind of way. So I own the Duke. I like the Duke. I don't have Centurion. Considered getting it, but I don't need to get it right now because I have the Duke. This game is called Sigil. I saw this and I was like, this looks beautiful, and it's kind of like about magic, but like mystical magic. But each one of these big circles is a big spell, and these little ones are small spells, and you're basically trying to get the most beads on the table. There's like a end of game trigger, and then you play out the rest of the round. But whoever has the most beads in the center here by the end of the game wins. And these beads on the outside, I think, contribute to that, or maybe it's the number of beads on the whole table. Anyway, the game was not out and available yet, but this neoprene mat basically sold me on it. But like, I don't think you'll get that if you get it. But I'm considering looking into this further. I guess there's a QR code I can check out, but it's called Sigil. But I'm a sucker for abstract games, and yeah, depending on like which spell you trigger, the spell has like an effect on the um, number of stones of your color or your opponent's stones and so on. So looks super interesting. Uh, I took a picture of this not because I needed this, but I had a copy of this. This I read up on it like a couple years ago when it first released, and I wanted to get a copy for myself, and I actually had to wait a year because it was out of stock for a long time before I was able to finally get a copy for myself. And I played this a couple of times because I brought my copy with a couple of my friends. But thematically, it's just like a quick. You know how like some people play rock paper scissors to settle things? This almost seems like a quick game to settle that kind of thing. So it's just like about 15 cards in a small packet, and you use those cards, and they're made out of plastic, so they will be durable. Um, and you're using these cards to control a samurai on a mountaintop, and you are facing off against somebody else, and all of the cards either move you or attack. And the attacks have some restrictions because you're in a stance. You're either in like heaven stance where you're standing up, or you're like earth stance where your sword is like down. And you'll only hit if you're either a certain number of spaces away and you're in the correct stance. And so those conditions being true, and you can move. So there's a move forward, move back, charge forward, or you can change your stance. And so basically, you play two cards each round, and then you resolve the first one first, and then you resolve the second one. Movement always resolves before attacking, but once you understand the cards are hard to read. I will say that about the game, but once you understand it, conceptually, it's a really cool game for two players. It's pretty quick, and I would love to use this to settle like rock paper scissors debates and things like that. But I don't know how many people are going to get on board because, as I said, cards are hard to read. But otherwise, I think conceptually it's a cool game. So once you understand the game, it's about reading your opponent and trying to predict what they do. So if you can predict what they're going to do better than they can, you will basically win. And I think that's going to come out in skill, and so yeah. This was a tableau building point salad game called Winter Haven Woods. Seemed cute. I like the artwork. Seems simple. The cards also could have used for Magic, but I did not get it. But seems interesting. Seems nice. Stock Exchange. Okay, this game I was like looks really cool. Actually, stood at the demo table, and this is the designer of the game, and I was like, okay, I got a couple minutes. He actually explained the literal entire game to me in in a matter of like 5 minutes, and I was like, wow. And it's not hard, but it's not like immediately simple. So just to exchange it, just to like, let me just see if I can get as much as I can get. But object of the game, get the most points. You have a little tent that has a bunch of different seeds, and each seed corresponds to each of these kinds of flowers right here. These flowers are on a point track. No individual flower represents you, but you're trying to get the most valuable like bank of these seeds by the end of the game. Now, as these seeds move upwards, there's something. There's these flowers that will fill up and will slowly move down, or like fill up as the game progresses. The game trigger ends once one of these passes one, but it doesn't stay at the top. That will immediately half, and so you don't want to go for the most valuable thing because that's going to trigger the end of the game. You should go for the second valuable. But if the second valuable one is near the top, somebody else could take an action that pushes it up towards the top. So that's the strange contention about that. The actual gameplay is you can exchange something in your bank for something in the stock exchange here, and then you may plant it or you may harvest it. When you plant it, there's some rules for placement on this hex board, and then for harvesting, so it's a seed, and then if it grows, you'll flip it over, it becomes the flower. And then to harvest, you pick the flower. Once you pick up the flower, that's what fills up this thing on the left side and progresses towards the end of the game. But and then you get some benefits, I think, for harvesting and slash or selling. But you can't just plant something anywhere. You've got to plant something, and then it won't grow, like it won't become a flower unless it has some space to breathe. But you can't harvest it unless it's completely surrounded. That type is completely surrounded by something. So, for example, this row of this kind of flower can't be harvested because they are not completely surrounded by something. But we had something here before this turn started, and it was surrounded by this, and they were it was something else, so we were able to harvest that. Anyway, maybe doesn't mean too much on this stream right now, unless there's somebody here that loves board games. But this is like, it was a super elegant, tight mechanic, and like the contention around the points for the seed bank was super interesting. And you have like a bunch of seeds, and so like other people see and know what you could potentially be going for, but ultimately they don't know exactly what's in your bank at the end unless they've been paying very close attention. So I was impressed with the tight design game mechanics of this. I did not consider getting it because I don't know who I would play this with per se, but also it's not like completely novel. There's other games that can fill this like kind of gap where I feel like, but it was actually a very clean implementation of this. So I was very impressed at the design. This one is some game that I was just passing. I think it's called La Cluck's Revenge, and I have no idea how to play it. I know nothing else about it, so just took a picture of it. Shovel Knight Dungeon Duels, a miniature board game. So I have the original Shovel Knight game, which I bought much later. I haven't opened it yet, but I was like, ooh, maybe I want to look at this if I like it. But I also wanted to play Shovel Knight on stream, and then I could open it. I also still have to open the Slay the Spire at some point, so we'll get there. This was just a nice mini setup that I just wanted to take a picture of. I don't even know what game it's for, or even if it was for. It looks like it is for a game because there's cards over here and dice, but it looked really cool. So this one, vaguely interested. It's called. It's like part of a series called Sleeping Gods: Distant Skies. I forgot which one's the series name and which one's this particular game name, but in either case, there's a bunch of these. Seems like a fun little adventure. I don't know exactly if it equates to like the Forbidden series of games, but it almost looks and feels like that. Maybe like a Mountains of Madness plus Forbidden. Oh yeah, we mentioned Star Wars Unlimited earlier, and so here's a bunch of Star Wars Unlimited stuff. Here's a bunch of sleeves. There's some cards on that side. Here's some more cards. Here's some tokens. Um, so yeah, as I said, I'll probably want to learn. This game I was super interested in. Couldn't stay. It was on the last day I was around, and I think it's called I don't know, Buru, Boro Boro. I don't know if that's a U or an O, but uh, wanted to look at this game. It's cool, interesting board. Has some like areas in it. I don't know if it's seasonal or if it's just factional. Um, but yeah, looks like it's right up my alley. I don't know what it's about though, but I'll have to check it out. Speaking of the Forbidden games, here's the Forbidden games. So games like Forbidden Island, which was the first in the series. When I first learned how to play it, it seemed pretty cool. Forbidden Desert came out. Actually, changed up the mechanics quite a bit. There's another one called Forbidden Sky, which is not pictured, which also changed the mechanics. But overall, it's kind of all the samesies part is like it's everybody cooperative working against the island or the desert or the jungle. Um, and you all have different roles, and your roles will have different abilities, and your abilities are potentially each game breaking, but only one rule. But you all have to work together, and maybe it's not sufficient to be breaking that rule that one time. But everybody has to, so you have to delegate responsibilities. But in Forbidden Island, you're trying to find treasures and then get out. Forbidden Desert, you're trying to find the parts of a derelict airship, and then that's going to fly you out of the desert. Forbidden Sky is you have to build a spaceship using like real circuits. Like there's actually metal pieces that you connect in Forbidden Sky, and then if you make it to the end, the spaceship will fly off at the end, and you save yourself. I don't know what Forbidden Jungle is like. I looked at the back of it. I don't know if I wanted to buy it for this price point. I think they can be cheaper, but this is brand new, so it's probably going to be a while, maybe a couple years before I can see a price drop on this. But I liked all the other ones. I'll probably end up getting this one at some point. This is also, I think, one of the perfect games to start off with for teaching like younger kids how to play. Maybe not my kid's 3 years old, but like in a few years, maybe when she's 6, because it's cooperative, simple enough to understand. But yeah, the thing is, when I looked at the back of Forbidden Jungle, it didn't look like new and novel. Like it looked kind of like a mix between Forbidden Island and Forbidden Desert. So I'm kind of that was my hold up on that one. Oh, this game, Catapult Feud. This one was hilarious and fun, and I demoed this and I ended up buying it because I was like, so here's the premise. You have a catapult with a ball and you're going to shoot the ball back and forth. You can build a wall with 5 soldiers. The only caveat is that the soldiers have to be standing on a block. But then you can build the rest of your castle however you want. And the goal is to knock down your opponent's 5 soldiers. First player to do that wins. So you just take turns sending the catapult stone back and forth, trying to knock each other's castles down, or really to knock your soldiers down. And I played it against a rando opponent, and I won. So I got a little tag. The tag is said #1 Castle Smasher to add to my badge. So it was cool. It was fun. And I can safely say that it was a good investment because even though my 3-year-old doesn't really play games as far as I busted out this game, opened it up, built a wall of blocks and soldiers, and set up the 2 catapults, and we were just doing it to see if she could catapult. She wanted me to set up the blocks 4 or 5 times in a row, and she just wanted to catapult the entire. And I was like, success! It was worth it. So Catapult Feud. I enjoyed it. It was a fun experience and good for the kid. So I had to take a picture of this not because this is a game, but it was because this was actually a person in a costume standing here. And then also they had another person teaching the game. Oh no, sorry, this is not a person. This is just a stuffed animal. This was a person in a costume teaching the game from inside of a dumpster in the expo hall. And like the game that they were teaching was called Trash Talk, and I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. But like this is wild. Like just having somebody in the dumpster, and the dumpster is directly in their booth, and I'm just like, this is hilarious. I have to take a picture of this. So Yeah, props to them for getting the dumpster in, I guess. Um, let's see. This game looks like it's about food, so this one's called Moon Bunny. But yeah, this is actually made by the same people that is going to make the next game. So I took a picture of this first. This one seemed interesting. Oh, this one's not out yet. Coming soon to Kickstarter autumn 2024. Okay, okay. So that one's their new game. Their current game is this game. It's a dim sum game, and basically you're trying to get the most points, and it looks like dim sum, like bamboo steamers here, and different food is on different things. You have different goals based on, like, I think I forgot cards. Each time you get a food, it goes on your little card, and if anybody's had like authentic, quote unquote, authentic dim sum, you basically have cards where if people deliver like little pots or bamboo steamers, you get a little stamp on it, and this card looks very reminiscent of that stamp. The creators of the game were both right there at the booth. They were both Asian, and we all commiserated over like dim sum experiences in the United States. I was like, this this looks wonderful. Like stylistically. Oh, and also besides the food being here, there's also little wooden things that correspond to your character is one of the 12 animals of the Chinese zodiac. And so like this card belongs to the I guess the theme for this card is the food blogger, which is the pig. And so yeah, I was like, wow, this is so I would consider looking more into this, and if I liked it, I'd probably just get it just because everything here looks so nice. Oh, and this is actually a lazy Susan. Actually, it really turns, and it is part of the board. The board is this round piece, and this actually turns. So I was impressed. Um, Clask. I had seen this game several times at previous Gen Cons, and it is like a think of this as an air hockey game without the air. So it's on this wooden board. You are holding a magnet underneath the board, and that magnet connects to your pawn. And you basically can just move it freely. You're basically air hockeying it. There's a ball, so this yellow ball is the thing that you're kicking back and forth, trying to get it into your opponent's goal. If you get the ball into your opponent's goal, you get a point. If so, these three white things are small magnets. If they stick to you, if you get two or more magnets stuck to you, that's basically giving your opponent a point. So you want to try to avoid these, and you can't get your pawn across to the other side because there's a like a board on the bottom that prevents your hand from going all the way. But um, I was considering getting this game now after learning how to play it, but then I got wrecked. So I didn't have anybody in my party to play with, but I played against one of the demo guys, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get wrecked. And surely I did. I scored like once, and he scored all 6 points on me. But his strategy was to deliberately use the ball to knock the white pieces into the opponent, and so yeah, that was a sobering experience. But yeah, Clask seems interesting. I like it. I would get a copy probably. All right, finally, four-player chess. Literally four players on the same board. So I didn't get the full rules on this, but they were selling boards. They were selling pieces. The setup is a little bit different and interesting. As you can see, it's like a. So you have your knights kind of like off from the back rank. It's on the second back rank, but um, and then like your bishops are here. So like you have two bishops on the same color, but I guess everybody's bishops are going to be on the same color. Chan says nice, nice, nice. So yeah, I don't actually know how this is actually played, but from what I heard from the guy talking with the other guy, it's a free for all, everybody for themselves. But there's this element of like diplomacy and king making. So if anybody is familiar with like those terms from board games, basically you're gonna have to play nice with some people to get them to play nice with you if you want to take down somebody or not get screwed. So yeah, so diplomatic chess. They're calling it chaos chess, but that's basically what it seems like. So this seems interesting. I would totally play this. Let's see. Here we have a just a two-player version, but there's like area. There's a dungeon. There's the graveyard. So this might be a chaos chess with other rules in a 1v1 plus stuff because you see there's tiles on the board. So maybe there's terrain. So it looks like they're trying to spice up chess in all sorts of different ways, not just with more players, but stuff on the board. This is the kind of thing that interests me. Okay. Oh yeah, and here's all the stuff they were selling. You can get different color sets. You can get different board sets, and all sorts of things. Lunar Rush. So Lunar Rush, I was walking past this booth, and this game looked really interesting. I'd played two games that kind of looked like it before, but it's basically instead of terraforming Mars, these are mega corporations trying to get to the moon and to colonize and do stuff there. And the main mechanic to interact with is the number of ships that get launched into space each round. So there's only going to be some number that get launched. And here's the thing: if order matters, you want to get on the first launch because then you can get up to the moon first. But the problem is the first launch has the smallest payload. And so if you have go on the middle launch or the last launch, you can get bigger payloads. But if there's something that you want to take advantage of on the moon that you want to do, but you don't want to risk somebody else doing it, you have to go on an earlier one. And so that's that. Once you get onto the moon, I hope the next picture is yeah. So once you get onto the moon, you have a player board, and there's different things like life support, basic ore mining. So these are worker placement mechanics on buildings for you. The thing is, you can have some buildings that other people can go on and use as well if they need it. I don't know if you may or may not get some benefit. I guess you can use them for free, and your opponents probably have to pay for them. Here's like life support, energy, and the thing is, you can, and there's a market too. So this is the market for gems, for bars, for ore, and for shards. And depending on how much you sell, will make the price go up or down a tick, and that will affect how much you get. So the thing is, if you sell like bars here, it'll make it cost less for future opponents. So that might be a reason why you want to get up to space to do some actions to affect the market price, because then it affects your subsequent turns and your money and stuff. So seems very nice, seems very clever, seems pretty tight, seems very Euro. So if anybody's familiar with like Euro games, like it's like worker placement and initiative kind of stuff. I did like the components because the ships that go up, they weren't single layer cards, but they were two layer cardboard pieces, and the second layer is just the rim around it. So if you have pieces on there, they'll stay as you move this card around on the card. So it's a very subtle design thing that was very nice. Um, yeah, so let me see. I know I've gone a little bit later than I wanted, but I've got to get the Gen Con update out. I'm planning on putting this on my YouTube channel later, so. Next, all right, let's see. Oh, people wearing hard hats and playing a social game. This looked interesting. I didn't have time to stay, but you basically have two words that are associated with some image. You're trying to illustrate that image to somebody who might be a judge or something. Oh, or a bunch of different. Oh, that judge is trying to figure out which two words belong to your image. And this game is called Caution Signs. Yeah, that's it, Caution Signs. But it was funny because they had like they had all sorts of paraphernalia for construction. City of Murkesh. Okay, this was that deck building game that I mentioned earlier that I equated to Dominion um, and Ascension, and that I was talking with the guy who was telling me about the game that the designer was playing with the board. Let me see. Oh, I didn't get a picture of the board. Okay, I should have gotten a picture of the board, but yeah, it was a board with 5 sections. Your placement determines what cards you can buy. Everybody's fighting a dragon in the middle. Yeah, it seemed pretty cool. If you like deck builders and Ascension and Dominion, it seems like something to check out. Um, I'm probably not going to get it because I don't know who I played with. I don't have space for it, kind of thing. So, but there's City of Murkesh. There you go. Slip it in. Okay, Chan says, off to bed. Have a glorious night, crazy. Thanks, Chan. for stopping by. Have a glorious night. Take care. We'll talk to you later. And guys, remember to follow Chan. I'll probably mention again tomorrow if anybody's back for Sleight of Hand Sunday. So, so slip it in. This is a. So I don't know why anybody would pay for this, but the guy told me how you play slip it in, and besides like the whole like meme of what it could mean, it's basically a conversational game. So it's supposed to be done like at bars, at places where you would talk with your friends. Everybody starts the game with 5 of these cards, and the goal is you're trying to just slip in all what these cards say into your conversation. But you can't just overtly just say all 5 of them, because if anybody calls you on any one of them, you basically have to replace the card. And so you'll always be at 5 if everybody catches you on all of the things that you say. But if you slip it in and you successfully said it, but nobody called you on it, then you've reduced the number of cards that you have to say, so you're pretty close to the end. But like depending on your group of friends, depending on how serious they are with keeping up with the game too, these things are so random. Like hold on, let me just zoom in. So like here's I really love North Dakota. Like uh do it right meow. Like a ketchup popsicle. Like I mean, making your bed is pointless. Tupac is still alive. The perfect Zoom background. I'm thinking of getting a tattoo. I'm allergic to drywall. We're thinking about moving to El Paso. Like, they're so random. So random. All right. I have to hydrate. I've been talking a lot. Man, just talking streams are talky. Anyway, once again, seems like an interesting game. I can't justify purchasing it because it just seems like something you could make. And actually, even now, if you just wanted to make it on the cheap and low effort, you could probably just have generative AI. Just be like, Chat GPT, just make me like 100 different random things that have completely nothing to do with each other. But also, it'd be tough to play because, like, here's the other thing that I was thinking about. If you were playing this with a group of friends at a table at a restaurant or something, and somebody else happens to join your table, because that could happen. Uh, like, do you let them in on the game? Do you have to tell them how to play, and then do they start having to play, or do you just play the game? I think it would be funnier if you don't tell the new people that you're playing the game, and you're putting all these things, and those people are just gonna be like, "What's going on here?" It'd be funnier, but like, what's the etiquette around like adding new randos to the game? Oh yeah, here's the Ultraman setup, and I got the selfie with this cardboard cutout. I don't know much about this game, but it looked like it was a card game. It looked like one of those, one versus one card games kind of thing. And that's very much what Ultraman was, like Godzilla, like one versus one kind of thing. So, seemed cool. I don't know. I'd have to check it out some more before I have a real judgment. Oh, okay. This is the stack of boxes for that game that I talked about earlier, Reality Shift, the one that was like the Tron based with metal cubes, and you're on a bike and you're moving around trying to finish the race. So this stack of boxes was like up to like when I first saw it on the first day, it was up to like my chest or my neck, and then this was by the end of Saturday, which is not even the end of the con, but since I did not go on Sunday, this was the last that I saw of it. And it basically sold like a bunch of copies. And I was like, wow, I'm glad I bought my copy because it could have sold and it was all gone. But it looks like it sold pretty well, so I'm happy. Okay, we're nearing the end of the board game pictures because I think this is one of the last ones. This game is called Things in Rings. And if you know what a Venn diagram is, this is the ultimate Venn diagram board game. So it's a social game. Everybody gets a bunch of cards. They're all things, so they're all objects or nouns. And then each one of these rings basically represents a different facet of the things. So the yellow ring is about the word itself. So it's like, the word is 5 or fewer letters, or the word starts with the letter M, or something like that. It's about the word. The blue section is the attributes of it. So like the actual physical attributes. So it's like if it's cold, if it floats, if it's heavy, that kind of thing. And then the thing in the red circle is the context in which it is used or the purpose of it. So, for example, things that are outside or things used in the winter or something like that. So, and each time, so one person gets a rule for each one of these, and then they know they're basically the judge. And then each player, their turn consists of placing a card into a circle, and the object of the game is to be the first one to play all of your cards. They play a card in a circle. The judge then says, "Okay, it's good. It's in the right portion of the Venn diagram, so you can place it in these two circles, or all three circles, or just one circle. Or if you don't think it matches any of them, it could be out here." But then, if you get it right, you get to play another card. If you get it wrong, the judge places it into the correct section of the Venn diagram. And so here's a game in progress. And so, like, the piano doesn't fit into any of these circles. But, like, the pretzel happens to fit into the blue circle, but not into any other circles. And it's super confusing to figure out what the rules are. But ultimately, you don't really need to know what the rules are. You just need to successfully play all of your cards. So if you can deduce what the rules are, even some of them, it will help you out. But this game was it was harder than I thought as a player, but like it was so much more fun because we got to the point where it's like the judge had to Google something multiple times. Like, do you have to Google that? Yeah. And it's like, okay. And you thought that these rules would have to be clear cut, but like one of the rules was like is heavier than a chair, and somebody had to look up whether like a typewriter was heavier than a chair or not. And it's like, okay, all right, I see where the appeal of this game is. And so, my friends, I love this game because, and I didn't get it, but I would get this game, I think, now, after playing it once. But, how I ask people about like sandwiches and soups and to categorize those. This is basically categorization the game. Like, that's what it is. So, I would say this was probably the standout social game that I definitely, I may even get this. Like, and then here's my last picture, which is a picture of my haul. So let's see. I did talk about getting Contra, Sonic Roll, and Mega Man. I got Reality Shift, um, Catapult Feud. We talked about already. So we did not talk about these. Marble Garble is a dexterity game where you're trying to make a bunch of marbles stay on a pan with some magnets on it that match a card. And there's easy cards, so you just need like two or three marbles. And then there's hard cards where you need to like have 10 different colored marbles on, and it's like, and you're like holding this pan. I thought that would be good because I can get my kid into it in the next few years as her dexterity gets better. I bought Flotsam Float, King of Dice, and Logic Labyrinth because they're all from Haba, which is like known to be for board games that appeal to or are appropriate for young kids. And so I'm hoping to play these with my daughter. We've already pulled out Flotsam Float, and she likes it. You're basically collecting pieces of flotsam and placing it on a raft to get points. We're not doing points yet. We're just kind of going through the process of like taking flotsam and putting on the float. Let's see. Koali, I like two-player abstract, so I got this. It was interesting because there's two players. You basically trying to get four in a row, and you can't just place directly on a space. You have to place it on a stack, and then you empty the stack by dropping one across orthogonal directions. So you can lay it down in a straight line. You can lay it down in like you can zigzag it. So just once you drop each one. Catstronauts I technically did not buy. I won it as a raffle thing after purchasing something else. I bought Kitten, so this is stacking kitten blocks to match something. And I got this for free after like this. I think I forgot if it was a random pull or a spinner or something. Here's Scally Wager, which is Liar's Dice with randomness. Washed Ashore is a little deck of cards where it's basically a choose your own adventure game, and I read the back, and it's just a deck of cards with like story instructions and like items, and like you basically are going through this like video game adventure on cards, and there's like 17 different endings or something, and I'm like, holy crap! I just bought it because A, it's cards, and B, I want to see how this system is implemented because they had other stories besides the Swash Ashore one. But I was like, okay, let me just start with one, and if I like it, I can go look for the other ones. But it seems super interesting because like I opened up the deck and I didn't look at some of the secret cards yet, but like a bunch of the cards were like a bunch of items. So I'm like, oh, maybe throughout the story you could find like a club, you might find like a lighter, you might find like a match or a rope or something like that. And it's like, oh, and then I looked at like one or two of the other cards, and it's like, oh, okay, you can make this decision at this point, either this or that. Or if you have a rope, you could do this other thing. Or and I was like, so it seemed pretty interesting. The cards are the size of big tarot cards. So I may pull those out on stream if it ends up being like something, or maybe we can play through an adventure on stream sometime. Let's see. Dimension and Ubongo I got for free because I purchased enough stuff from Cosmo Games, and they were just giving these out. But Exit, these are Exit games. The game are all, if you don't know, they're escape room style games in a box. The thing that I love about the Exit games is that they are very creative in how you use the components. You may have to destruct, and actually they are encouraging you sometimes to destruct the components in the box, because honestly, once you play through the game, the Exit, that particular adventure once, you'll know the answers to a bunch of them. You can't really play it again, so there would be no point to like owning it in or giving it away. Which there are other escape room style games where it's non-destructive, but the creativity is very lacking because it's like you connect these two, you get a number, and then you open a door. Like this like in Exit the Game. Let me just explain some of the things that I've had to do in Exit the Game. Um, you've had to fold like a map. You've had to cut things out of cards. You've had to even use the box itself to solve the puzzle. One of which I had to use the UPC code on an Exit game box to solve a puzzle in that particular Exit game. I was like, holy crap, man. Like, and so, yeah, I would recommend, if you love escape rooms, I'd recommend any Exit the Game puzzles. There is a difficulty rating on each one 1 to 5, so just make sure you get the appropriate difficulty rating for you. But if you don't know what you like, start with a 3, and then I think for me and my wife, because I'm into gaming, but she isn't as much, um, I think the litmus test is probably go for a 2 if it's just the two of us. If we have two other people, we could probably go for a 3. 4s are legitimately hard. 4s are pretty hard. 5s are, I haven't even tried a 5 because 4s are so hard. And then 1s, I think 1s are pretty easy. I don't see too many 1s. Most things are 2s and 3s. So. And then the only other game we didn't talk about is Intent to Kill. So I got this one because I was walking past it and I saw, and I didn't take a picture of it during, so it's surprising that this is the first time we're hearing about it now. But I walked past it twice and I thought about it and I read the back of the box twice. And it's basically an asymmetrical murder mystery game. So there's one person, so when you're playing with a bunch of people, one person basically acts as the murderer, but you know at the beginning that they're the murderer, but it's not them. It's one of the characters that's on the board. So everybody at the table can take actions, and depending on those actions, can affect the game board. And everybody else is a detective, and they're trying to figure out who the murderer is, but it's not that player. They're trying to just figure out which character on the board. But the murderer has the ability to move them differently or do other things, or has additional information that that the detectives don't have. So it seems almost kind of like a clue plus like movement and stuff, and then like the murderer can also like intimidate some of the characters, so then they won't be able to respond to testimony or like answer questions or be available for questioning. So it seems really interesting. I got it because I wanted to learn how to play, but also like see how asymmetrical it is, like what the nature of the asymmetrical gameplay is, because that really interests me. For anybody who doesn't know, I used to play Android Netrunner, and Netrunner is a two-player asymmetrical card game, and so like asymmetrical games really fascinate me, especially if they're well balanced. So anyway, that is my game haul, and and I know that we are already running pretty late, and I've gone way longer than I normally have. But Gen Con is not over yet, so everybody take a swig. I've got one more folder to show of pictures and to talk about, and then I think we can call it a night. But I just wanted to get all of this stuff out. So yeah, and already got the highlights out. Tasting menu and the escape room, and let's see here. Oh, is there anything I want to show in this folder? I don't think so. All right, so the last thing to talk about, and this was the last thing that we did as a group at Gen Con proper, is if you guys have never heard of Cardhalla, we're going to be looking at pictures and maybe some video of Cardhalla. So, for anybody who does not know or has not heard of Cardhalla or has not been to a Gen Con, thank you kindly for the claps, Gibson Lens. Thanks for being here, Bert. um, this is what Cardhalla is. Cardhalla is an activity that builds over the course of multiple days of Gen Con, where anybody and everybody can volunteer their time to build card towers. So let me just zoom in on some of these. Here's some interesting towers. There's some towers over here, towers over there. Eventually there's going to be some bridges over there. Let me just scroll a couple pictures here. But as we progress through the weekend, if you stop by it multiple times, you'll see more and more things get built. So like here, oh, there's like a little like tower bridge circle that's underneath this table over here. There's a ton of stuff here. This Cardhalla 24-hour event for charity. So what they do on Saturday night is that they auction away the ability to throw the first coin at Cardhalla. So basically, at the end of this, they do an auction so that people can get the right to throw the first coin at Cardhalla. Then, after that ritual is over, everybody that's on the bottom floor, they don't want anybody throwing from up top because it's too dangerous. Anybody on the bottom floor can just throw whatever change they want to try and knock down any and all the towers here. And it is a spectacle to be seen. And I know I haven't shown any videos yet, but we do have video of this later. So, but yeah, this makes a ton of money for charity because between the auction itself, all of the spare change that is thrown gets collected, counted up, also added to the charity count, and it's super fun. And you could take a look at how ornate some of these towers are. Like this one is a Pokemon card tower. This one's a Magic card tower, Magic card tower. This one's a Pokemon Energy card tower. This one is from a ton of different card games all together. Like, and that one I think ended up being super solid for a while. And this back one, just because it's in the back, it's solid but also hard to hit. So as more people build over the weekend, it gets wider and wider. So you have to stay further and further apart. And so yeah, and this one, this is just a beautiful tower. Look at this. So this is Star Wars Unlimited here. These are let me see here. There's Pokemon Energy in this one. There's Pokemon cards right there. I'm not sure what this card is from, but it looks like it's like a card with a code on it, so could be from anything. This is a Flesh and Blood card right there. Let me see. What else do we have here? One Piece cards. Pokemon, yeah. So mostly Pokemon Magic, One Piece on that tower. Here's a close-up of that Energy tower. And this one is Star Wars Unlimited. There's the Magic one in the back. Like, look at how good some of these are. And like some of these are like built in sections. So like I saw some people, like, just as an example, not this one per se, but like you could potentially pick up this whole section, like this middle section here, and then replace it because it's like built as a chunk. And so some of these people are talented. Like they dedicate time and it's so good. My friend added a Pokemon, I think, row onto this. I think that's what he added. That was his contribution. Let's see here. So there's some more towers here, some more, and here's like a big like card. This is like a two-layer card wall, or like, so it's pretty solid. And then here it is as it got progressively more full over the weekend. Here, and it was so weird because I was looking at this picture earlier and I was like, this guy's shirt basically blends right into Cardhalla. I'm like, he is camouflaged. He is a chameleon right now. Anyway, Guy, if you ever hear props on the shirt, I like it. Okay, yeah, here's some more, and they just have piles and piles of cards. I was also super. There's Uno cards in here. There's regular playing cards in here. Like, and then here's the beginning. So they have this entire ritual. They get people. So for this particular event tonight, they had that side of the room be dungeons, and then this side of the room be dragons, and people were chanting dungeons, dragons, dungeons, dragons. And okay, all right, let me see here. Let me pull up one of the videos. And we won't watch the entire video. So I have two angles. I may crop them together, or combine them and put them on YouTube for the full thing. But I got a bunch of clips. So let's see. This one's from my friend, and then one of these is from me. All right. Yeah, we don't need to watch it. Hey, hold on. Sorry, is that too loud? Is that too loud for you guys? That was too loud for me. It just started playing. I couldn't stop it in time, so I'm just closing it. Hold on. Let me open it back up. Okay, all right, there we go. It's loud. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, hold on. I have to Okay. Is this better? Is that not as loud? Okay, I know you can't see anything yet, but just the volume. Is that better? My apologies to everybody's ears. Better. Okay, cool. All right, awesome. Okay, show and tell here. All right, let me just readjust this window. Okay, so this was actually taken by my friend. So this was his camera angle. Mine are disparate videos and I move around a lot more. His is, I think, a little bit better, so for just showing. But here's all the towers. People are counting down before people can start chucking change. And here you can see things flying off all the towers. People are connecting hits. Look at how strong some of these are. Like, I think they're taking hits. Chunks of them are falling off, but they're still standing. Like, that is so impressive. Like, look at how solid some of these are. And then, oh yeah, there was a big chunk that fell right there. And here's one, this one's flimsy, but it's thin, so nobody's hitting it. Oh, somebody connected. And then, yeah, let me just jump forward a little bit. But this goes on for like tens of minutes. Like, probably for about 20 minutes, people are throwing change, I think. There's more I can say about the ritual of this, but I will just leave it for another time. But okay, yeah, this is near the end. People are going for this tower in the back. They want to hit this one. Oh, wait. Okay, we just had it. It's just wiggling. There it is. Some people connected, eliminated some from this layer right there. Yeah, there we go. And you just see everybody cheering. It's just, I don't know, it's so fun. And that is it. All right, and that is Cardhalla, and that is how I ended my GenCon. And then the next day we got back in the car, went to Thurman Burger, and went home. I made it home by like 9 something, so I was like, oh, if I was feeling energetic, I could still be in time for my Magic stream. But I was exhausted, so I'm like, nah. So anyway, that was it. Oh yeah, so you're probably thinking, man, that's probably a bitch to clean up. But here's the thing: they get so many volunteers because here's the deal with volunteers. So they collect all the change. They have to put all the money into like I think this wheelbarrow because it's the only way they can get all that change out. But anybody else, they can put cards into these receptacles for disposal, or if they end up wanting to take any home as they go through and they're cleaning up, they can keep any cards that they find that they want. So we had an Uber scheduled, so we couldn't stay. But also, um, I don't want to take up more space in my house for with cards or anything. But some of those playing cards I could have totally used either as duplicates or like as copies to like rip up. But I have plenty of cards to dispose of here, so I didn't need anything. But anyway, that was my Gen Con extravaganza special stream for tonight. What is my uptime? 4 hours, 13 minutes. And yeah, man, was there anything else I needed to mention? I think I talked about everything. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for the applause, E-Room. So yeah, games that I thought were notable. Dune Imperium, Mistwind, Tyrannog, Metro Runner, Video Games Champion. Um, and then, another one that was, I think, a popular at the con, but I didn't mention. Let's Go to Japan. Let's Go to Japan is basically you are planning a trip to Japan, and then you execute on the trip to see how well you can go on the trip. And then we talked about a bunch of things on the way home, but probably the biggest thing to mention is that one of our friends in the car had not been exposed to the G.I. Joe PSA, so we made him listen to it and watch it in the car ride home. We had a great time doing that. We talked about what if a hyperbolic time chamber was real. So like if you could go into a chamber and a bunch of time would pass, but on the outside world not that much time would pass. So for example, it would look like to the world you took an hour nap, but you actually had like a week of time in the time chamber. How would you use it? And we were thinking, yes, we would use it to sleep really well at the con, but then wake up and then experience the con more. Um, and then what else? We also found a sign that we saw, and I kid you not, there is a company called Uranus Fudge Factory. And we were like, we should go visit that place. And I think we were just traveling through Ohio, but the sign was in front of where the exit had to be. So we had already passed it, and we would have to turn around. And we were like, all right, we're not going to go back. But anyway, that was that. So, anyway, guys, thank you so much for coming to hang out with me tonight, everybody who was here. Thank you for sticking around so long, E-Room and Gibson Lens. So, once again, if you guys are not following our modern friend Gibson Lens, please give Gibson Lens a follow. Acclaimed pianist. Plays a lot of VGM, popular music, esoteric music. Has composed a bunch of his own originals. And yeah, thank you. Now, yeah, you're welcome, Bert. And thank you kindly for the mod love E-Room. All right, and we will call that a stream because it is late, and so I should definitely go get to bed. But let's go find somebody to raid. So I usually like to raid Twitch music friends if somebody's available. I don't know of anybody that's a board game streamer that's going on right now, probably, because I think they're probably on the East Coast and are probably asleep. So let's see, where are we going? Oh, actually, all right, wait. I have one of two people in mind, and Bert probably knows the two people, so it's just a matter of is he gonna get it right for the other one? We'll just rate whoever I haven't rated more recently out of these two. Hold on. Searching in the spreadsheet. Okay, this person we haven't rated since Really? Since May? Wow, it's been a while. And then hold on. And then this person we haven't rated since. No, that's last year. Since last year. Okay. All right. So, okay. I think I know who we're gonna raid. Oh, actually, let me also double check. Actually, let me pin and mute. Let me see how long they're going. Kind of important. Why is it slow to load? Why are you slow to load? I'm connected. It can't be because I'm doing stuff. Can't be. Okay. One of those people is one of the two people I was considering, yes. Okay. Well, the other thing is, okay, they've been going for 2 hours. How long has 7 been going on? Thing is, okay, they've been going for 2 hours. Hold on. You might hear me, because I just heard me. 7. Wow, my computer is very sluggish. Or that, or maybe Twitch is sluggish. Seven's been going on for a few hours. Alright, let's go over to 7. Alright, so, rating 7 Senshi. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for coming to hang out with me. If you guys want to see magic, come back tomorrow night for Sleight of Hand Sunday, where I'll be doing normal Sleight of Hand Sunday stuff. Also, if you guys want to see more of me and I'm not around, check out my YouTube. Otherwise, everybody take care of yourselves. Oh yeah, let me start the raid before I. So we'll be raiding 7 Senshi. Flautist plays 7 Senshi's raid settings do not allow you to raid at this time. Never mind, we're not going to 7 Senshi because we can't. Alright, well, therefore we're going to go to my other one. So, guys, we're going to be raiding the database. Let me spell it correctly. B-A-Z. Okay, rating database. Okay, there we go. This was the other one. So recently, DJs have gotten their own category, and I haven't rated over the database for a while. So I was database in 7 because I haven't. But 7 won't. So we're gonna go over the database. Funky dance music, and they're DJs. So raid database. So we're gonna go over there. So if you guys want to come along for the raid, here's a raid. Oh, never mind. Thanks, Bert. Bert's got it. Let me copy my own raid call. All right. So everybody take care of yourselves. Remember to hydrate, stretch, and if you like board games, play board games. And otherwise, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. And if we don't, that's okay. We'll see you around. Take care and sleep well. Bye. Have a glorious night. See ya.